It's Christmas time in the U.S. and Wales. Santa Chappie is happy, sharing some tales, telling stories of Christmases from not long ago, while El Chatty is here enjoying the show. It's Christmas time with El Chappie. We're all here together and we're happy. We wish you well, can't you tell? Hurry, Dylan, prep that food, make it snappy. As Dylan, he stays busy as he's looking at his list. Be they naughty, be they nice, he hopes no one gets pissed. The Happy Day show is for all to enjoy, except for Dana, that wanker Speedo boy. It's Christmas time with El Chappie. We're all here together and we're happy. We wish you well, can't you tell? Hurry, Dylan, prep that food, make it snappy. There's lots of love in the chat for each other. Everyone treats the other like their brother or sister in some cases, don't you know? Aaron Hack's bus is coming with El Chappie in tow. It's Christmas time with El Chappie. Ceredigion, Rhode Island lady are happy. So is Lisa Reed and Disney Queen. Come on Christmas, hurry up, don't be mean. Sassy, Toots, Sarah P. are all here, and Mark and Bev and Stacy share the cheer. And then, of course, we have the Sweeneys. We love Tracey more than Dana, such a weenie. It's Christmas time now and then. Robin G will be riding through the glen. Boston Amy is also here, while the following folks share the cheer.
Rhodey Dye,
Gary Beeston,
Hippie Chick,
Crystal,
Heather Taylor, Daffy Dill, Les,
Daniel F,
Ruka Shrew,
Half Pint Viv,
Terry Martin,
Yaya Trucker,
Kelly Eggleston, Corn Pope Keith.
Merry Christmas to all, and to all a good night.
There you go, Robin G, riding through the glen. Here she is with Karen Reid from the weekend. There you go, Robin. What a lovely picture that is. Lovely, lovely picture. I love that. So I thought I'd put it up. I know you got one with Bill as well. Let's see if I can get that. No, that's a great picture, that was. Here we go with Bill. Bill Reid. There you go. Robin G, riding through the glen on standouts. Look at that. Happy days. There you go. Looking great there, Robin G. Happy days. Right, let me get the trial up. We forget. Hang on. Here we go. Oh, okay. That's fine. There you go. Let me put that there for a second. There we go there. Hello to everybody. Hello, Half Pint Viv. Hello, Viv. Hello, Crystal. Nice to see you again, Crystal. Hope you're well. That's not a problem. Pop in and out as you need to, my darling. Robin G, riding through the glen. How are you, my darling? Dana Leonard's in the house. There you go. Dana's we can start now. Dana's here. Hope you're well, Dana. Who else you got? KD. Hello, KD. Good morning, Lunchite. It's -7 here in Michigan today. Wow. That's something, isn't it? Wow. Rather you than me, KD. Hope you're well, my darling. Lisa Reed, or you're in Michigan as well. You must be freezing as well. I'm sure that with all of you, nips are out tonight. Nips are hard today, even though that cold weather. Hope you're well, Lisa. There you go. There you go. Happy days. You see? That's great, isn't it? That's who you want to meet, isn't it? Karen and Bill and all them. So, you know, that's what everybody wants, isn't it? So, well done, you. I'm happy that you've got that. Crystal, good to see you. Dylan, I'm still struggling with the loss of my brother. Absolutely. Trying to get back to a little normal routine. Absolutely. It's going to take time, Crystal. You know you're welcome here anytime you want. And it takes time. It's a hell of a thing, isn't it? A loss of anybody close to you is a hell of a thing. So, yeah, we're thinking of you, Crystal, as always. Hope you're good rest of the night, looking refreshed. I'm looking all right, yeah. I got a sinus infection, though, which I sort of had for like 2 years now, but my left ear, I can't hear properly. I have to go like this. Oh, I can hear now. I can hear on my left ear now. If I'm up here, I can't hear anything. So Deb got met with Kelly. So Deb met with Kelly over the weekend. She sent me a picture. That's Rhode Island. The mum, yeah. To be honest with you, I wouldn't know what Carol's mother looks like. I'm a crap with faces. Like Bill, I know instantly. Nathan, Kelly, obviously, and Karen. But the mother, I don't. I haven't seen much of her, so I don't know. I don't remember what she looks like. Sending hugs. There you go. Erin, hack. -20. Wow, no school today. So no yellow bus today, Erin. So you are at home, safe. No yellow bus out there. So the roads are safe. No Erin Hack out with the yellow bus today. There you are. You're in the best place possible, at home, in the heat, resting up. That's the best way to be. Especially in this weather, put the heating on, put your feet up, and listen to El Chatty. You look like a Quasimodo there, Dylan. Yeah, I know. That's how I literally can hear perfectly. I can hear perfectly. When I'm from up here, I can't hear. It's a fucking nightmare. It's like when you got you're on the plane and it won't burst, That's why I go, hey, support the channel. Thank you very much, the Erin Hack. Support the channel. Thank you very much. Let me pin it. There you go. There you go. Crystal, it is so hard losing a sibling. I lost my brother. There you go. And it took a while. Don't rush yourself. Yeah, exactly. Take your time, my darling. Janet. That's it. I don't know what she looks like. I probably would, but like I'm crap with faces. Like I just can't. I'm sure if I saw her, I'd be like, oh yeah, Janet Reed. I just can't picture her right now in my head. I don't know why. I've seen enough of her. I don't know why. Erin Hack. Good morning, Dylan. Oh, hang on. Let me get. I've shown you that one, ladies and gentlemen. Let me show you this one then. So, hang on, people. Hey Jude, let me show you this. Happy days, Christine. So, let me show you this. Share screen. Here we go. This is Deb and Kelly Reid on the stand now on the weekend. So, you're Robin G meeting people. We got Deb meeting people. See that? Love it. Love it. Love to see it. Love to see it. Oh shit, hang on. I should have posted it. There you go. That's better than sometimes I forget to do that. Lovely picture that is. Kelly's awesome. I love Kelly. So let me put the trial back up again. Can you give me a little rundown of this case? I'm trying to catch. Do you know what? I'm probably the last person you want to give you a rundown. This is a woman. She is in prison for 11 years for fraud, and she's now been accused of killing her husband via poison. And I am very confused. It's a very good trial. I just the chat are awesome in this trial. The chat are awesome. The chat know a lot about this trial. As in, I'm lost with this trial with the medical stuff, but the chat are very on it. I'm probably on my own a little bit. How lost I am with this trial. Oh no, why do I keep freezing? But essentially, yeah, the state they're trying to prove that she killed her husband, but I don't think they're doing a very good job at the minute. But apart from that, I'm very confused how they did it and stuff like that. I have no idea how, what. The chat will know because they're educating me, but I'm lost with it, if I'm being honest. But I'm still enjoying this because I'm out of my depth a little bit. I'm very much out of my depth with this trial. Meeting her would be awesome as well as Kelly. I missed her at the start. Well, if you Kelly's always at I'm sure you'll definitely get Kelly. I think the mother doesn't go out that often, does she? Janet doesn't go out that often, I don't think. But Kelly's always around. You'll definitely get Kelly. Um, well done, Christine. Nathan, there you go. Nathan's out all the time now as well. Yeah, I've not seen it yet. I've not watched it yet. Right, hang on. I need to skip here because otherwise I'm going to be. Mark Cunningham was in the hard chat. Hello, sir. How are you? Hope you're well. Crystal said shared a picture. There you go. Hang on. There you go, Crystal. Jimmy Dean Ashworth. Always in our hearts. Brother, we love you. February 11th, 1970 to January 10th, 2025. That's a really nice piece, that is. That's really nice. There you go. Put the trial back on again. I'm paranoid with this trial because they start without so abruptly. So Marky, hello to you, sir. I didn't watch the Glera. I just watched the clip on NBC. Yeah, the clip I've seen. The clip is there, but I've not seen it. Yeah, I know what you were watching last night. Josie, Hot Mama, hello to you, my darling. Hope you're well. I don't know what my screen keeps freezing. I don't know why my screen keeps freezing. Deb sent the photo. Oh, that's a nice photo, isn't it, of everybody? Hang on then. Yeah, Josie, I don't know anything about this. You know how frustrating it is because I can't get a grasp of it. There you go. What a nice photo that is. Happy days. Thanks, Deb. I like the frame thing as well. I like that a lot. There you go, people. Jeepers. Hang on then. Okay. I'll show this and then I'll stop showing them then because I gotta get this trial up. Hang on 2 seconds. Hi Denise. I can show them later if you want. There you go. That's a nice photo as well, isn't it? Car in front and center. There you go. Oh, you got the alternate corner hoodie on there, Robin. Happy days. Look at that. That's a really nice photo. I love the photos. I love them. That's why I try and do montages and stuff because I really enjoy them. I think they're good. Right, hang on. I gotta get this tried up now because I don't want to start without this. Right, have I got the right one? Yes, it's live, right? So yeah, hello Denise, hello my darling. How was your weekend? It was all right. I was saying to everybody, I got sinus infection. I can't hear I can hear now on my left ear, but when I'm like this, I can't hear anything. It's a nightmare. But yeah, apart from that, it was all right. It's I just resting up really. It was all right. It was all right. As they say, it was all right. It's all right. How long is this trial? No idea. No idea. We stepped in there last minute. We were watching another trial which lasted 2 days and it was awesome. This is day 4 now. But it's intriguing. This trial is intriguing. Like, yeah, it is intriguing. I don't understand, fully yet how she did it, or anything. I'm a proper juror because I'm thick as shit on this one. I have no idea what's going on. Ah, thank you, Rod. I'm taking I got some spray and putting up. I've had it before, so I've just taken the same medicine as before. So hopefully it'll clear up. I gave blood yesterday, people. I needed to give a blood test for something. 5 fucking times they stabbed me before they got blood. Do you know what I mean? Over the heart just for standouts. I've never won pink except for breast cancer awareness, and now I own so much. There you go. It's nice. I get sinus infections every other month. Do you? I feel like I've got this sinus infection for the last 2 years. I have standing RX for antibiotics. I refuse to get my DV to fixed. I don't even know what that means. Thank you, Deb. I hope you all enjoyed it. It wasn't my greatest.
Good morning.
But I just thought I'd do a vlog just to try it. I was, it wasn't great. I know, but as in quality wise, but I don't get it. Yeah, how I can do it. I'm gonna practice and practice though. She didn't do it. They just want her to keep her in jail forever. Yeah, joke. I don't know. Yes, us. Good morning, Lady Di. Here we go.
When we try to
Let's go back a second.
Good morning.
Good morning, Judge.
We continue in the state of West Virginia versus Natalie Cochran. This is case number 23-343-K. All right. Do we have anything to take up at this time out of the presence of the jury, Mr. Truman?
Your Honor, the only issue that we have is a technical one. And when we try to full size the screen, the picture just kind of falls apart. So we were going to try and substitute a cable to see if that was a problem. But at the moment, that's the only problem. So
okay. So we're dealing with a picture that's that small.
Yeah, I'm afraid that we could blow it up, but if I can figure this out. And it will be on that screen, which is bigger, but unfortunately that's not real.
Jurors won't be able to see that screen, however.
How do you make this bigger, Ashley?
I don't know if you can make that one bigger
until we're admitted. Okay. And once it comes up, we can try again. And if worst case scenario, we'll test the jury's vision.
Okay, their eyesight.
Yes,
All right, well, we can just do the best we can.
that's all we can do.
And then do we have your expert witness squared away, Mr. Selden?
Honestly, Your Honor, I'm not sure. I gave, when I talked to your secretary, I was under the impression that my witness would be called on the telephone so she could monitor the expert testimony. Your secretary said, for whatever reasons, that wasn't possible. There were other people on the line, whatever. She said that she would send a Teams link by email to Dr. Banerjee, and she would be admitted that way so she could monitor expert testimony. I don't know if that has been accomplished yet or not.
All right, have you been in touch with Dr. Banerjee?
I informed her of what the process would be. She is standing by on her computer, waiting for the email Teams link.
Okay, well, let's keep our fingers crossed and hopefully we can accomplish all of these things. Doubtful, but we can hope.
Wildly optimistic, it's all going to go perfectly.
That's right. Anything further from the defense before we get started?
No, Your Honor.
Bring out the jury, please, bailiff.
Okay, here we go. Let me go live. Here we go. Just remember, it's only the judge that rises. No one else rises. That's his call. He does not want anyone else to stand up except for himself.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. I'm glad to see smiling faces instead of scowling faces. You guys are the greatest. Thank you so much for coming in on this rather terrible weather day. It was 3 degrees at my house this morning, and it felt like 1. So thank you for coming in, being prompt, and doing your civic duty. I hope you had a good long weekend and rested well, and you are ready to continue with the trial. We have some what we call Teams links. We have video presentations this morning of expert witnesses. We've had already a few technological difficulties. So I just ask for your patience and hopefully you'll be able to bear with us. All right, we are.
Oh, before I forget as well, for those interested, maybe you're not interested, but I'm interested. Did I say this on the vlog? I don't remember. But my visa came back. I've been accepted into America. Whoop, whoop. Whoop, whoop. So for the next 2 years, I'm welcomed into America. So let's go. Let's go. Yeah, I thought it might take a few weeks, but I came back like literally about 4 or 5 hours after I did it. So watch out. I'm coming to America, baby.
Still on the state's case in chief, of course. And Mr. Truman, you may call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. State calls Dr. Diane Krieger.
Just to make sure that she can hear.
Do you wish me to step out?
Either way.
Might be better. I will
Okay.
return in a moment.
If you'll bear with us for a minute, Dr. Krieger.
Certainly.
Members of the jury, we have had some difficulty blowing up the
Hey, Sweeney. Hello. Yeah, nearly there, Viv. You're right. Yeah, you're right there. I can't believe I got a visa to America. I love it. Good day to you, Dennis. How are you, sir? El Shati. There you go. Happy days. I hope the dentist was kind to you, Dennis.
She was unable to contact the link.
Your Honor, she did hook up with Teams initially. She had audio and then it disappeared. So she can see what's going on, but she can't hear, which is the most important thing.
Okay. Yes, Dr. Krieger.
I can unmute myself. I muted myself, that section of the attorney. If you prefer me to stay unmuted, that's fine, and I can hang up from the telephone, whatever you prefer.
I think we need the telephone because we have problems with the audio.
She's calling now, Your Honor.
Okay, so, yeah.
Have you booked extra leg rooms on your flight? I don't think. Can I book extra leg room on my flights? I'm not sure how it works. Need implant? No. It's too many carrot cakes. It is. Too much carrot cake, Dennis. Go and eat your breakfast, Erin Hack. Good morning. There you go. Oops, right, let's get back to it. I have boosted it for you, Deb.
About the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
I do.
You may be seated. All right, Mr. Truman.
Thank you, Your Honor. Would you state and spell your name, please?
Diane Krieger, D-I-A-N-E Krieger.
Thank you. Doctor, are you currently employed?
I am.
And what is your occupation?
I'm a physician and endocrinologist with Endocrinology Associates in Miami, Florida, and I am an associate professor of medicine and head of endocrinology at the Florida International University College of Medicine.
Your Honor, I hate to interrupt, but our expert cannot hear her at all now. I don't know what's going on.
All right.
Okay. Let me do something.
Stand by.
Can you hear me through the telephone?
Can you hear the telephone?
Can you hear me through the telephone?
We're checking.
Can you hear her?
Okay. Because I originally was muted, then I unmuted to see if that would help you. And now I need to figure out how to mute again.
Okay, try.
Okay. Now our expert can hear her now. Whatever she
Okay.
did.
We should be good now. But we can't hear Dr. Krieger.
This is a fucking shit show.
Aren't we all glad we live in this modern era?
We can't hear you at all, Dr. Krieger.
Dr. Krieger. So endocrinologist, that's what I've got to see, isn't it? Is that the same thing? Endocrinologist. Look, we can't hear you, love. We can't hear you, Doc. No, we can't hear you.
Judge, the way we did it last week was we muted the team's microphones and broadcast through the telephone.
Yes, that's what we're trying to do now. Dr. Krieger is on her phone.
She's got an iPhone.
I think we're gonna have to go ahead and call her in.
She's got an iPhone. There you go, Doc. iPhone 16 probably. Diabetes doc. It's more than that, is it?
Making hand signals.
Diabetes is one of the parts.
Can
of
you
it, isn't
hear
it?
me, Dr. Krieger? Okay, that's a start.
PB, personal best. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
I agree.
It's never good when the jury are there and everything's going to pot. I wouldn't be surprised if the judge just sends the jury back for like 5-10 minutes. Welcome to the shit show. Bam, 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 bam.
She's trying to dial something.
My do you know my
Dr. Krieger, you can answer that. It is us calling you back.
Your call has been forwarded.
this is my lunch break, tea break today. Knickers. We all love some knickers. So that is my look how fucking small it is. If I presented that to you ladies, you'd laugh. Wouldn't you? That's too fucking small. It should be bigger. Welcome to the that's how I measure it. How much is it? It is not far from 3 inches. And it's about 1 inch wide. 3 by 1. Not big enough. I'm sorry. Halloween candy. It's not. You girls would laugh at me if I presented that.
Now my call is being forwarded to voicemail.
Okay. Well, why don't we start, and hopefully your expert will let us know. She'll call if she can't hear.
Let me send her a text message real quick.
All right.
I can hear.
Oh, okay, we have another expert on the line. That's what's causing us our problems, Dr. Krieger. The defense expert wants to be able to hear your testimony.
She just called me. She can't hear.
Why don't we just connect? That phone is a conference call phone. Just call the defense expert on that and add her to that call.
Okay. If someone knows how to do that, we can.
Well,
do it.
maybe. Don't put me under that kind of pressure.
They're going to try another mode.
There's an ad.
Why don't you just stay on the phone? Your Honor, I'm having her just stand by on my phone till we
Okay.
figure it out.
Stanley, come up with your one, please.
Jeepers. Weepers. I can imagine this Lisa Reed, one bite, done. This is unbelievable. I know that they practice as well. They have actually practiced this last week to make sure it works. So it was suggested that she do that last week. But it's something about listening in and you communicate with the defense. But surely if you communicate, you just text them, wouldn't you? I don't really understand. What an ass. Am I an ass? Right.
All right, thank you.
Dr. Krieger, are you still with us?
I am.
Outstanding. How many lawyers does it take to get a phone call?
I can tell you I've been doing telehealth for 5 years, and this happens in my life every day.
Well, doctors, through our Supreme Court, we have 1995 technology, so welcome to West Virginia. Doctor, before you stopped, you were mentioning endocrinology. Could you explain to us what that is, please?
Yes, endocrinology is a subspecialty of internal medicine that deals with the function of all the glands in the body, such as the pancreas, which makes insulin, and the thyroid, which makes thyroid hormone, the pituitary, that makes a lot of hormones that direct the other hormones, the ovaries and the testes. So we specialize in problems that happen in glands.
Now, Doctor, to get to this point, what kind of training did you have, please?
I have an undergraduate degree from Cornell University. From there, I went to the University of California, San Francisco, where I received a medical degree. From there, I crossed the country to Boston, where I went to the Beth Israel Hospital, a major teaching institution of Harvard Medical School. I did my internal medicine residency there, and then stayed on for a fellowship.
Doctor, could you tell us in summary fashion your work experience, please?
Yes. My first job was at the University of Miami Diabetes Research Institute, where I was an assistant clinical professor of medicine, taking care of patients, teaching medical students, and doing research. In 1991, I opened a private practice in Miami and have since then been practicing endocrinology in what started as a group with just me and now has 5 endocrinologists. And I then joined the faculty at a new medical school about 12 years ago, the Florida International University College of Medicine, where I'm now head of endocrinology and associate professor of medicine. I teach second-year medical students the pathophysiology of endocrinology, and I teach the clinical studies of third-year medical school students and first-year residents.
Now, Doctor, have you published any peer-reviewed articles?
Yes. During the time of my private practice, I was also involved in a lot of clinical research and have published a number of articles about those topics, a variety of topics. I did research in diabetes, in natural products and their safety and effectiveness. And later in my career, I did a lot of vaccine research and had a number of publications having to do with that.
Have you been a presenter for any national or international conferences?
Yes, in 2021, I came to Morgantown, West Virginia, where I presented at a symposium. I was the endocrine expert for the Clarksburg Johnson VA insulin murder cases, and the prosecutors and I and several of the other physicians created a symposium jointly with the medical school and the law school about the cases.
Doctor, the term board certified comes up when experts are involved. What does that mean?
That means that you have the physician has achieved a certain level of training and then has demonstrated competency by taking examination. So I'm board certified in internal medicine and in endocrinology, diabetes, and metabolism.
You are licensed to practice medicine, I take it, in various jurisdictions?
Yes, I'm licensed to practice medicine in the state of Florida and in the state of Utah.
You alluded to it earlier, but what high-profile cases have you been involved in?
Yes, I've been involved in 2 serial murder cases involving insulin. The first was at the Johnson VA in Clarksburg, West Virginia, and the second was in Butler, Pennsylvania, where I was an expert for the Office of the Attorney General of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania.
Your Honor, under Rule 702, subject to inquiry by the defense, the state would move this witness be treated as an expert.
All right, Mr. Selden, do you wish to engage in voir dire of the proposed expert witness?
No, Your Honor, we accept her as an expert.
Very well. Dr. Krieger will be accepted by the court as an expert in her field.
Doctor, at the state's request, you reviewed some medical records and you drafted a report of your opinions and findings. Is that correct?
That's correct.
You wrote one report dated April 13th, 2023, and it's 7 pages long. Is that right?
That is correct.
Since drafting that report, have you had anything brought to your attention that would cause you to make changes or amendments to your report?
No.
Your Honor, at this time, state moves State 718 into evidence.
All right. Have you seen that, Mr. Selden?
I have, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
State's number 18 will be admitted into evidence.
Doctor, in preparation for your report, what records did you review?
I have a list of those records. Would you like me to read them?
I think that might be helpful, please.
I have records from the Charleston Area Medical Center, from Orthopedic and Spine Surgery Associates, the records of Dr. R. Patel, the records of the Raleigh General Hospital, West Virginia Controlled Substance Drug Log, Bureau of Criminal Investigation, Lieutenant T.C. Bledsoe, interview of Stephanie Hamilton, STD 2-mark worksheet, and an autopsy report.
And that the autopsy report was from the State Medical Examiner's Office in West Virginia, is that correct?
That is correct.
Doctor, what's the cause of death of Michael Cochran, according to your review of the records?
Well, I'm not a cause of death expert since I'm an endocrinologist. My expertise is in hypoglycemia, but it appears that his death was related to hypoglycemia, which then produced cerebral edema.
And that's what I'd ask you, if you feel competent to do so. Can you explain what cerebral edema is?
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question? I didn't hear you well.
Sure. Can you explain to us what cerebral edema is?
Certainly. Cerebral edema is swelling of the brain cells, and that is usually caused by either not enough blood sugar going to the brain cells or not enough oxygen going to the brain cells.
In your report, you indicate a number of, well, for lack of a better word, pieces of information or tests that could have been performed at one point or another that would have helped you be more definitive in your assessment of the case. Could you explain to me what you meant by that?
Yes. When a person presents with a very low blood sugar, which we call hypoglycemia, there are very specific tests that should be done prior to the treatment of the low blood sugar. There are a list of tests. I can tell you each one specifically if you'd like.
Please.
But unfortunately, you would like me to? Okay. We do an insulin level, a C-peptide level, a pro-insulin level, a beta-hydroxybutyrate, a glycinide sulfonylurea screen. And those tests help us determine whether the low blood sugar was related to insulin or not, and where the insulin could have come from. The test needs to be done prior to the treatment of the low blood sugar.
In this case,
unfortunately, in this case, the tests were not performed. I can tell you that I've reviewed many cases, as I told you, of my prior experience, and it is close to zero in any of those cases that the tests were performed. And it's unfortunate because it really helps make a determination about the cause of the low blood sugar.
Okay, so there was a limit, as the state understands your testimony, doctor, there was a limited time during which those tests that you mentioned could have been performed that would have helped definitively determine the insulin issue.
That's right. The test should have been performed on arrival at the emergency room when the other blood tests were performed, or as soon as it became evident that the blood sugar was extremely low.
And what's the impact of treatment? Had the treatment taken place and then those tests performed, what would have been the relationship between those two factors?
What happens is the treatment of low blood sugar is glucose or sugar. And when sugar is administered, it changes the results of some of the blood tests that we draw and makes them unhelpful.
Okay, so those tests were not performed. So what alternative means is there to determine the outcome or the impact of insulin or lack thereof?
In my prior experience with the other cases, and again in this case, the only thing left to do is to go through all the possible causes of low blood sugar and determine if they are credible or possible in this case.
And how many of them would there be?
There are many. I listed, I believe, 13. I left some possible causes out because they don't apply in adults, or because it was very clear from the history of this particular person that the causes would not apply, and I listed 13 causes.
Let's talk about those 13 causes, doctor. Let's go through them, please, and your process of discussing them and ruling them in or out as a potential cause.
Of course. Okay. So the first one I listed, and it's in no particular order, but I'll just go through the way I listed them 2 years ago. That many patients who have diabetes are treated with medications that cause low blood sugar, and that's what we see most often. But the person we're talking about now did not have diabetes and was not taking any of those meds. End-stage liver failure, we call it hepatic failure, can cause low blood sugar because the liver is a good source of sugar for the body when someone isn't eating. And our patient here did not have any liver problems that would be considered end-stage liver problems. He had a minor abnormality of a couple of tests over many years that were not affecting him. End-stage kidney failure can cause a low blood sugar because the kidney makes blood sugar, oddly enough, and helps control blood sugar when people need it. And his kidney function was excellent. A very severe systemic infection, that means an infection that spreads from where it started into the bloodstream, can cause a low blood sugar, and we have no evidence of that. He didn't have a fever at the time that someone checked his his temperature at home, and he didn't have low blood pressure, which is associated with widely disseminated severe infection. He did receive an antibiotic prior to the test we do to check for systemic infection, but he received only one dose, and that dose would not likely have been enough to make that blood test negative, and it was negative when it was done at the next hospital. Very, very, very severe malnutrition can cause, rarely, but can cause a low blood sugar. But this gentleman was not malnourished. He had a normal body weight. In fact, he was interested in bodybuilding and was muscular. So that would not apply. Excess alcohol can cause it in a certain particular circumstance. It can cause it when someone drinks a lot of alcohol and then doesn't eat. That has to do with how alcohol works in the liver, that it suppresses one way of making sugar, but not the other. So if someone drinks a lot and doesn't eat for a few days, we can see low blood sugar. And we don't have evidence of that. We don't have a history of alcohol use. His alcohol level was undetectable, and that's not an issue. An insufficiency of the adrenal gland can cause low blood sugar, rarely in adults, mainly in children, but it can. And we don't have any evidence that this person had a problem with his adrenal. It was working very well. He was on a nasal steroid, which sometimes it's used in very high amounts, could possibly suppress his adrenal gland, but that wouldn't be operative in him. And those steroids are not strong enough to cause adrenal insufficiency. Sometimes medications unrelated to diabetes can cause low blood sugar, but there are very, very few that are really believable. I made a list of the medicines he said he was taking. One of those on the list, I subsequently learned, was not what he was taking. He thought he was taking something called enclomiphene, which people may have heard of as a fertility drug. Sometimes it's used in males to help increase testosterone. He thought he was taking that, but he was actually taking letrozole, which is a medicine that is used in breast cancer patients to stop male hormones from converting to female hormones, and downstream that tells the body to make more testosterone. So that doesn't have an effect on blood sugar. He was maybe taking a seizure medicine. It's not clear if he was taking it, because that's not associated with blood sugar problems. He was taking pseudoephedrine. If anything, pseudoephedrine would raise the blood sugar, but it doesn't cause low blood sugar. I was taking an asthma medication and some inhaled antihistamine, and again, those do not cause low blood sugar. A malignancy is another cause. Malignancy, that means cancer, is another cause of low blood sugar when it's widely spread and very end stage, and it's not very common, and we had no evidence of that in this healthy young man. There is a tumor of the pancreas. It's called an insulinoma. Oma means tumor, making insulin. And those are rare. I've seen a number of them. They tend to present over time. Someone has complaints over months to years when the blood sugar is found to be low, and they're relatively easy to treat. They don't they're not what we call refractory, meaning hard to treat, where you have to give a lot of sugar to bring the sugar up. So it would be very, very unlikely that he would have had an insulinoma. The next, item number 11, is a very, very rare situation where there's no insulinoma, but the body acts like there is one. And we see this most often in people who have had gastric bypass surgery. And he did not. So that would be highly unlikely. Finally, or not finally, near finally, is what we call the factitious use of medications that cause low blood sugar, where someone takes them, calls for attention, calls for help. We don't know why that happens. And they're pills. Those pills rarely, some of them are very weak and don't cause low blood sugar. Some of them are stronger and can cause low blood sugar, but they don't cause a low potassium, which we'll talk about later. And our patient here had a low potassium. Finally, antibodies to insulin can cause a low blood sugar. It's been rarely reported in Caucasians. It's mainly reported in Asian countries and in patients with autoimmune problems. And our patient here did not have autoimmune problems. There was a small amount, or we don't know how much, the urine screen for benzodiazepine, which is a tranquilizer, was found in his urine. Usually when that's found, we need to have a blood test to follow up on how much and what it could be, but that wasn't done. There have been some reports of low blood sugar with that medicine. I looked at them carefully. There was a paper from Iran that said that people who came in with overdose of benzodiazepine had lower sugar than those who had other reasons for symptoms. And interestingly, in that paper, they didn't tell us what the blood sugar was. They didn't say how low the blood sugar was. Another paper by those same authors reporting something similar showed blood sugars in the 80s. And we generally define low blood sugar as less than 55. So I'm not sure if that information is quite believable, and it's not in the mainstream of the list of medicines that cause low blood sugar. Some antibiotics we know can cause low blood sugar. He did not receive any of those that we're aware of.
Doctor, you indicated you had the records from Raleigh General Hospital from his admission on February 6th of 2019. Did you see in there the blood glucose level that Raleigh General's testing detected?
Yes.
What was it?
21.
21. What's the clinical significance of a 21 blood glucose level?
I would call that a profoundly low blood sugar. Very, very low, which we rarely see. And it's at the magnitude that we were seeing in the cases that I reviewed in the other two series that I told you about, where it's extremely low. I would say that, for me, it's a big call to attention. What is this about? Why is this sugar so low?
But as you've already indicated, even though that calls your attention to it, it did not at Raleigh General Hospital, and none of the testing that you suggested was performed.
That's correct.
What is the impact on blood glucose of skipping meals?
I'm sorry, I lost the last part of your question.
What is the impact on blood glucose of skipping meals?
A normal person will not have a low blood sugar if he or she skips a meal. The only time that would happen in a normal person is maybe someone treated with insulin for diabetes or with another medication that causes insulin to be produced for diabetes, and then they don't eat. Yes, we can see a low blood sugar, but a non-diabetic person who doesn't eat will have a normal liver response and produce enough sugar to keep the sugar in the normal range. Our bodies are designed to maintain normal blood sugar, and skipping a meal will not cause a low blood sugar in a normal person.
What's the impact of alcohol abuse on blood glucose?
As I said earlier, when someone has a big binge of alcohol and then doesn't eat, that combination is required to cause low blood sugar. If you have an alcohol binge and eat, it's not going to happen.
Now, you mentioned that you found significance in the potassium level of Mr. Cochran at Raleigh General Hospital. Can you expand on that, please?
Yes. There are very few causes of low potassium. Let's go through them. If someone has severe diarrhea, they can lose potassium. If someone has very significant vomiting, copious, tons of vomiting over and over and over for a long period of time, they can lose potassium. If someone is taking a diuretic that wastes potassium in the urine, they can have a low potassium. If someone has too much cortisol production over a long period of time by a tumor in either the adrenal or the pituitary, they could have low potassium. But, or really more the adrenal, not the pituitary. But another cause of low potassium is a high dose of insulin. In fact, for years we were treating high potassium with a combination of insulin and sugar. The reason is insulin drives sugar into the cell, and at the same time, it drives potassium into the cell. So it takes it out of the bloodstream and makes the potassium low. And as I told you, I had reviewed a lot of cases of insulin, people who received high doses of insulin in West Virginia and in Pennsylvania, and a good number of them also had low potassium for no other reason that we could determine.
Doctor, you also mentioned at Raleigh General there was a detection of benzodiazepine in Mr. Cochran's body. How did Raleigh General determine that?
They did a urine screen, which is a first step, and it's usually followed by a blood test, but that was not performed.
In this case, did the urine screen tell you the amount of the benzodiazepines in Mr. Cochran's system?
No, it doesn't tell us the amount, and it doesn't even tell us when he might have taken it.
Can you expand on that, please?
Before.
I'm sorry?
The urine screen could be positive for a number of days after someone's taken a benzodiazepine.
Okay. And, Doctor, what is the impact of taking insulin if you're a non-diabetic and a basically healthy person and they receive insulin? What's the impact of that?
A healthy person who receives insulin, certainly at a significant amount, will have a low blood sugar reaction because their own pancreas makes enough insulin that they don't need it, and it will drive the sugar down.
Is there any way to tell in retrospect how much insulin it would have taken for Michael Cochran's blood glucose level to be at 21?
No, but it was likely a fair amount, enough to drive the potassium down and to lower the sugar to that very, very low level. The kind of studies that are done about how insulin works and how much is needed are done in first normal volunteers to see what the time course of action is of the insulin. And those patients are given the insulin and they're also given sugar back so they don't get sick from low blood sugar. And in patients with diabetes, we give a variety of doses depending on their needs. So we don't really have data. No one is experimenting with giving very large doses of insulin to normal people because they don't need it. And there's not a reason for us to know about
that. The result of a blood glucose level of 21 at Raleigh General Hospital, would that be the expected result if Mr. Cochran had been given insulin that day?
Yes.
Your Honor, that's all the questions the state has. Thank you.
All right, cross-examination, Mr. Selden.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, strap it in, people. We're in for a long time here. Fuck. He's gonna draw it out every question. And he pauses a lot. Oh.
First of all, how did you learn of this case and who hired you?
I received a call sometime in 2022, probably, from Mr. Hatfield.
Who was the prosecuting attorney at that time, correct?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. Did Mr. Hatfield hire you on behalf of the prosecutor's office and the state of West Virginia?
Yes.
Okay. And they are paying your fee, isn't that correct?
Yes.
Just a few preliminary questions. Why does the body need blood sugar?
We need blood sugar to fuel our cells to do all the work of staying alive. The brain needs blood sugar to work. The muscles need it. It's the engine of life.
And how does blood sugar work in the body?
What do you mean?
What's the source of blood sugar in the body, and how does it affect the body? How does it work in the body?
Food is the source of blood sugar, but it's also a deposit of substances in the liver and the muscles to keep the blood sugar normal when we're not eating. After all, people sleep for 8 or 10 hours. They might not eat for 12 hours, yet the blood sugar is maintained.
Excuse me, doctor. I asked you, just a moment, Dr. Krieger. I asked, how does sugar work in the body?
It fuels the metabolism.
What is hypoglycemia?
Hypoglycemia means low blood sugar, usually defined as less than 55.
And how do you come up with that figure? Because the information I have is that in a 38-year-old male like Michael Cochran, low blood sugar is defined as less than 70 milligrams per deciliter, not 55.
Well, like in many definitions, there are all sorts of sources that you might read, but the conventional level that I'm aware of from my reading and teaching is 55. 70 is what might refer to below 70. Some of the hormones might change in response to what the body might think is a falling blood sugar, but 70 is not defined as low blood sugar.
Is there any specific number or measure of blood sugar in a 38-year-old male Caucasian? What's the range of, quote, normal, unquote?
Well, that changes over time. You know, these types of things are not fixed. Usually 80 to 100. Diabetes begins at 125, and pre-diabetes begins at 100. These are fasting levels.
Okay, so
Levels will go up after meals.
all right, so from that answer, you said 80 and up, and then you talked about diabetes. So 70 actually would be low blood sugar level in a 38-year-old male, Caucasian, correct?
No,
It's not,
correct.
okay. It's not within the normal limits that you just said. You said 80 to an upper number of 100, 120, something like that, right?
But 70 is not considered hypoglycemia
All right.
or low. I look at hundreds of laboratory reports a week, and I would not pay attention to 70 in a healthy person.
All right, let me move on. It's been suggested or alleged that Michael Cochran on February 6th of 2019 got an injection of insulin on that day. Now, they're referencing a specific type of insulin, Humalog Lispro insulin. That is what we call a fast-acting type of insulin. Isn't that correct?
Humalog or Lispro is a fast-acting insulin.
Right.
Yes.
And if an injection of Lispro Humalog insulin is injected in a person, it takes approximately 15 minutes for it to start to work. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
So if someone was injected with this specific type of insulin, they wouldn't just drop to the ground unconscious immediately. It would take some time for it to act. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
Now, this particular type of insulin works over a specified period of time. And that time period, when it's active or working in the body, is approximately 3 to 4 hours. Isn't that correct?
Well, that varies.
Is that not a
That
good...
depends.
Let me clarify. It works for at most 4 to 5 hours in the body. Isn't that correct? Under normal circumstances.
Under normal circumstances, but at high doses, it could last considerably longer.
What do you consider a high dose? Let me clarify that. If a 10 milliliter bottle of insulin was injected into a normal person, approximately how long would it be active in the body?
Well, that's a huge amount of insulin, and we can't know how long it would be active, but we do know that massive doses and very high doses last a lot longer than conventional doses.
But you don't know how long that lasts, right?
No one knows because no one would study that. It's not done in healthy people, and we wouldn't need to know that. So there's no information about that. But we do know that higher doses last longer.
Is there any definitive information that says human Lispro insulin injected into the body works any longer than 7 hours, no matter what the dosage is?
We don't have that information,
Okay.
but we don't
Okay.
know how many doses he got, how many injections he got.
You've answered my question. Thank you. Now, I believe you said that you recognized that a urine toxicology test was done on Michael Cochran when he was admitted on February 6, 2019 to the hospital, and that test was positive for benzodiazepines. Isn't that correct?
Yes,
And this urine toxicology test or report could not tell you the identity or the blood level of benzodiazepines. Isn't that correct?
yes,
And we don't know the source of those benzodiazepines. Isn't that correct?
yes.
Are you aware that benzodiazepines can cause low blood sugar and hypoglycemia?
That's been reported, but as I said earlier, the reports are vague. They don't list the blood sugar levels. And in one paper that reports it, the blood sugar is listed in the 80s as average. So that is not
Okay.
clearly, it has not been clearly established.
So are you saying that benzodiazepines in someone can't cause low blood sugar?
I'm saying that we don't have a lot of information supporting that, and the information we do have is quite weak, as it is with a lot of other medicines that have been linked with hypoglycemia.
All right, let me move on to another question. Are you aware that a drug overdose of benzodiazepines could cause what they call hypoxic ischemic encephalopathy with cerebral edema, which we'll call HIE?
No,
You're not aware that benzodiazepines can cause that condition, which includes cerebral edema?
no, I'm not.
Well, I would submit to you that HIE with cerebral edema is a condition that's essentially irreversible brain damage caused by a lack of oxygen to the brain with brain fluid on the brain, right? Isn't that the definition of HIE with edema?
I can't comment since it's not a condition I'm familiar with, and I'm not a neurologist or expert in that topic.
So you don't know, correct?
Yes,
Is hypoglycemia the only cause for cerebral edema? Because you talk about cerebral edema in your testimony previously.
no, it is not.
Okay. Isn't it true that other causes of cerebral edema include drug overdose, brain cancer, tumors, high altitude carbon monoxide poisoning, trauma, systemic infection, encephalitis, and hepatic encephalopathy.
That sounds like a reasonable list, none of which we know he has.
I didn't ask you that. You don't know if he had a drug overdose or not, correct?
Yes.
Wouldn't this cerebral edema, and again, that's fluid on the brain, from these other causes appear the same on a CT scan?
Yes. The brain tumor might not appear the same, because that would be localized.
Okay, but these other causes, could appear on a CT scan, correct?
Yes. Yes.
And a CT scan shows brain damage. That's the reason to do a CT scan, right?
The reason to do the CT scan in his case was that he had an altered consciousness.
And altered consciousness could mean he had damage to his brain, right?
Yes.
Okay. And a CT scan doesn't tell you the cause of cerebral edema, correct?
Yes.
So to sum up these questions, Michael Cochran's cerebral edema, which was diagnosed, and might be the cause of his brain problems and ultimate brain death, isn't solely caused by hypoglycemia. Isn't that correct?
Well, you're asking me about Michael Cochran. I think the question I can answer is hypoglycemia is not the only cause of cerebral edema.
Okay, that's sufficient. You comment in your report that there were no other abnormalities to cause Michael Cochran's hypoglycemia. Did you not see Michael Cochran's extremely elevated white blood cell count, which was above 17,000?
I did see that.
Okay.
And that can be
That's all I asked you. And for the jury's information, white blood cells in the body fight infections and toxins and things of that sort. Isn't that correct? That's one of their functions.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, and they can be raised by a number of things. Not
Okay.
only
That wasn't my question. My question was, one of their function is to fight infection. And you answered that, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Did you see the report in the emergency room that included infection for which he was given intravenous antibiotics?
He received one dose of an intravenous antibiotics because they were
Okay,
worried about
I just
aspiration
asked you if you saw the report that says he was given intravenous antibiotics, and your answer is yes. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
Thank you. Now, an infection in the body can cause low blood sugar levels as well as insulin. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
Just a moment, Your Honor. I want to review my notes very quickly.
All right.
Very quickly. He doesn't do anything quickly. Jeepers. Hello, everyone that came in. Boobies. Stacey.
Michael Cochran was admitted to the 6th of 2019, and he received treatment at Raleigh General
Hey,
and
Disney Queen.
CAMC in Charleston for approximately
Hey, Mary.
5 days when he was discharged on February 11th of 2019 to hospice care. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
And during that whole time, with doctors treating him, doing various tests, going through everything to try and figure out what his problems were, there was no suspicion of insulin in his body, and they didn't do any testing to definitively decide that. Isn't that correct?
Unfortunately, yes.
Okay. All right, now I want to discuss Michael Cochran's glucose or blood level or blood sugar levels from the time he was admitted on February 6th of 2019 at approximately 12 noon. And I have an exhibit, which I would like marked as defendant's next numbered exhibit.
He was not admitted at 12 noon, just to be correct.
I didn't say 12 noon. I just said he was admitted. Okay.
If I was a Jew, I'd be annoyed right now. I'd be going, she's actually a nice
you.
lady. So when you mistreat witnesses like that, juries don't like it, and I don't like this. I think she's just answering the questions.
And I have previously given a copy to the
All right.
I'd like to put it on this viewer if possible, and I'm not real adept at that, so I could use some assistance.
All right. I'll ask the bailiff to assist. We may not be able to do that, Mr. Selden, because I think we're using that device to project Dr. Krieger.
Is there any way I can project this onto the screen so the jury can see it?
We'll have to do it the old-fashioned way. We'll have to pass it from one juror to another.
Why can't we just slide this aside and use the viewer?
We can try. See what happens.
Because I'm going to be referring to specifics in this, and passing it from one jury to the other would probably take forever.
All right.
Set it here. Your Honor, there was a suggestion by my co-counsel that perhaps we could take a break, make multiple copies of this to distribute to the jury so they can refer to it.
All right. That sounds like a plan. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a good time for us to take our break. You may be getting tired of donuts at this juncture. You've eaten a lot of them, and the leftovers I usually eat. So it's bad whenever you leave a whole bunch of them. If you would like to have a different type of treat, tell the bailiff and we will accommodate. We want your experience to be meaningful, and we will treat you like veritable kings and queens. We will try to accommodate your wishes. Please do not discuss the case among yourselves or with anyone else, and we'll break for 10 or 15 minutes, and hopefully we'll have the technology straightened out by the time you come back. You may go.
Right. Oh shit. Hang on. Let me see if they see anything else. Anything? No. Doesn't seem like it. I will wait for a second. No.
All right, Dr. Krieger, just hang in there if you would. We're taking a break while we work with this confounded technology some more and try to get some things straightened out. If you need to a comfort break or visit the restroom or a glass of water, that would be fine.
Thank you.
You're welcome. All right, we'll take a break and hopefully the master.
There you go. There's no point listening to that. Yeah, I think I like the fact that he gives them, so that when they arrive in the mornings, they are given stuff like donuts and stuff like that. I think that's a nice touch. But yeah, you want something more substance, I think, for breakfast, not just donuts. I can imagine why they're a bit sick of donuts now. Anyway, hello, Dave Umberger as well. How are you? Katie, everyone's here. Oh, good idea. Bagels would be good, yes. Bagels with some, I don't know, what you guys having, a bacon and egg or whatever. No, you're not the only lazy one, don't worry, I do all the time. I refuse to call Sarah P lovely Sarah P, so I was just putting Sarah P. Hi DQ, get Disney Queen Mary, everybody. Cheating Stacy, Booby Amy, everyone, hello to you all. That's snuck in. Everything bagels are awesome. Yeah, I don't eat that much bagels. Gary was here Saturday. Then he's fine. His father's birthday is on the 70th birthday is on Thursday, so they're just prepping for his birthday. But he's fine. He was here on the members only on Saturday, and yeah, full of life. Dad won't tell you how you refer to you, Dylan, by sir or something like that. Yeah. Yeah, bagels. So is bagels a big thing in America then? Hello, Wendy H. Hello, my darling. How are you? Hope you're well. Nice to see your friendly face. Is bagel a big thing then? Because what like it's not a big thing here. But I do eat it now and again, but not very often. I usually have like ham and cheese in it or something like that. So yeah, so I'd be interested to see what people put in their bagels. What can you put in your bagels? I think don't you put like I think you do McDonald's do like bacon and egg and stuff. Bagels are a big deal here. Ooh. I look forward to that. Biscuits and gravy. Yeah, I see the biscuits all the time, and they're scones. To us, they're scones. They're just like a dessert. Bacon, egg, and cheese in a bagel. Oh, now we're talking. Chive cream cheese, nice. Love bagel dogs. I need to try the biscuits and gravy though. I hate McDonald's breakfast. Do you? McDonald's breakfast is a staple here in the UK. It's gorgeous. It's gorgeous. But I looked at your menus for McDonald's. They're different. You have different things for breakfast than what we do. I thought about southern buttermilk biscuits. Yeah, no, that's scones. I laugh because it's like you guys call your biscuits with scones to us. So we call them scones. Open them, put a bit of butter in it, and done. It's dessert for us. It's not a savoury thing, and it's exactly the same. It looks exactly the same anyway. But yeah, I look forward to trying it though when I'm out there. Come to Michigan, we took them for biscuits and gravy, and they were so confused at first. Like, what the fuck is a scone? Yeah, I'm sure I would love it as well. Katie, I'm sure I would love it as well. Um, they're not sweet, so okay. So basically, they're scones, but you don't put as much sweetness in them. That's fine, Wendy. You're a traveler, you know your stuff. Half pint fifth does not like the eggs. Oh, the eggs! I find the eggs lovely in McDonald's. Scone. So, Amy, a scone is basically what you guys call a biscuit. But Wendy was just saying that the scones that we eat here are a bit more sweet than what you guys have for your biscuits. There's a glaze on it, yeah. I never eat McDonald's. I don't eat McDonald's. I'll be honest with you. If I had a choice, I would eat the breakfast. I've not had a McDonald's for. Last time I had McDonald's, I took my father to the hospital. So it would have been about a year ago. About a year ago, I had last had McDonald's. It's very rarely do I eat McDonald's. So, but if I do, I'll try and make it like a breakfast because a breakfast is so nice. Lisa Reed. Good morning, everyone. I was in chat earlier but got busy. You're all good. Fuck off, Siri. I didn't ask for your advice. I like McDonald's. There you go. Dave was here. He was here. Gross stills. What's gross, Amy? What's gross? What's gross? Oh yeah, but yeah, hang on. Let me just reiterate. McDonald's in America is different to McDonald's in the UK. Let's just get that clear. They're not the same. They're not one in the same. They are totally different. They're not totally different, but they're different. So I would have my breakfast in a wrap. I would have it in a wrap. Egg, a little bit of cheese, and bacon, and sausage, and it's gorgeous in a wrap. Oh, and a hash brown in it as well. It is gorgeous. So yeah, and if I feel fancy, then it would be pancakes as well. Hey Ryan, how are you, sir? How are you, sir? Hope you're well, Ryan. Nice to see you, buddy. Every fast food tastes differently. They do. I can tell you now, American food at McDonald's is different to UK. I think the UK version is a lot. Well, from my experience with it, it's a lot less greasy. It's a lot less. It's yeah. I can't tell you why, but it's very clean. Do you know what I mean? It's very clean. That the eggs are very nicely made. But yeah. I don't think I'd have a breakfast in America if I'm being. Oh, if I did in America, it'd have to be pancakes, I think, or something like that. I don't think I'd like your breakfast as much. Right, what else is going on here? No ranch here, but ranch hash browns is nice. Yes. Food. Dana comes in whenever the food talk is happening. I love food talk. Every time with Dana, I know. There you go, Amy. Well done. Well done, losing £60. I'm looking to lose £100. I've got £100 to lose, Amy. So I'm hoping to do it in about a year. I'm going to start. I got some plans. I'm going to have to start it. I got a Dennis Sweeney in my back now to start walking again. I went for a walk today. I missed the gym this morning. I set my alarm for 8 o'clock this morning, right? And I must have fallen asleep. I must have. I'm sure I set it. My phone was on the floor when I woke up, and it's 9:30. So I must have just swiped it and just fucking knocked it on the floor. So I didn't go to the gym, went for a 20-minute walk instead. So I got £100 I want to lose. I might vlog it to get used to this vlogging business. Cookies last night. I can't wait to try cookies, Dennis. Yeah, they do, Wendy, don't they? But I tell you what, I got a bit of a sweet tooth for pancakes and bacon with some maple syrup as well. There's some local to me that do it's nice. Dana Leonard, do you usually go to Dedham standouts? Eggs Benedict. I don't think I've ever had Eggs Benedict, Amy. I don't think I have. I love the way I feel eating clean. My stomach can't handle fast food. Oh, Lisa Reed. There you go. I think the quantity Species Stacey is a lot smaller as well. Like it's smaller and it's less. So when I was in Vegas, I remember I had a McDonald's meal there. I was like, "Fucking hell, this is huge compared to the UK." You were from Malta, Viv. That's nice. I wanted to visit Malta when I was younger as well, Wendy, but now I don't really want to visit it. So, eggs Benedict without the ham. I need to try eggs Benedict. Walking part at home on a bike. Yeah, I need to walk more, but I've got a challenge I want to do for myself. Middlesbrough, he goes. So I'll do more. I'll vlog it. I'm gonna walk a lot more, so then I can just vlog a little bit. Katie's lost 75 pounds. Well done. Intermittent fasting, also working out 3 days a week. Eating lots more protein. I kept it off almost 2 years. Well done, you. There you go. You'll go for 100 as well. Amy, my second child was £9. I was £10, 10 ounces when I got when I was born. Dills, treat yourself. Treat myself. I'll have to treat myself, Amy. Got to get to try a lot of new things. I will be trying a lot of new things, Dennis. I'm looking forward to it. The only thing, honestly, Dennis, the only thing I'm a little bit worried about is that roast beef. It just looks horrible. That's the only thing that I'm worried about. Everything else I'm up for. Well up for. Dennis, maybe not this year, unless I go there. Massive buffets in Vegas, they do, yeah. Right. Dutch banana pancake. See you, Disney Queen. I'm trying to catch up here. There you go. There you go, Wendy. Well, I'm a big boy naturally anyway, but I want to lose £100 and then I'll be happy. So if Caden was born, there you go. It's Caden, isn't it? It's not Caden or anything like that. Caden. I say that right, don't I, Amy? Because I know people say Dylan, Dylan, all sorts. Caden. You can order roast beef cooked to your liking. Oh, can you, Robin G? I just the ones I've seen. Oof. It's amazing. Let me know how you go on. You're not a breakfast eater. I am a breakfast. I thing is, I like I like to go do stuff in the mornings. I do need to do intermittent fasting though. So right, does anyone do the carnivore diet? Some people. I'm a bit apprehensive about that, but lots of people swear by the carnivore diet. Oh, happy days. When I see him, I'm like, hey, Caden, high five, son. High five. And he'd be probably shocked, going, how do you know my name? Like, Caden, don't you worry how I know your name. And be a good little boy for your mother. We can do it together. There you go, Ashley. There you go, Wendy. Well done on losing 100. Love to do. They eat one meal a day, and it's all meat, isn't it? Meat and eggs. Meat, eggs, cheese, butter, and stuff. But I just worry that it's not good for, it's not a very well balanced diet, is it? How was Aruba? Aruba. Oh, yes, Stacey's in Aruba. Hope it went well, my darling. Duck post, yeah, we need to arrange that as well. But yeah, absolutely. No, I'm going to meet Caden. I'm not going to meet him. It was just more of I want to get his name right. Caden! Miss you. Protein drinks. Like, I will be honest with you, when I'm out in Boston, I'm not on any diet in Boston. I ain't on any Boston diet in Boston. I'll be eating whatever I want to eat in Boston. I'm just from the year to lead up to it because I want to try different foods and stuff. But like, yeah. But it's sensible, isn't it? Be sensible about it. So no, what the why not Malta? It's not. Malta used to be a good thing. Definitely a place to go visit, but it's not on my bucket list anymore. It used to be. My uncle and aunt used to go all the time. So as a kid, I really liked it, the thought of it. But now I'm just like, there's so many other places I'd rather go. So better start the day after May 28th. I know. No, I need to. I am not coming to. No, I am not coming to America on a diet. Not. Lisa Reed. She's on a cruise now. Lisa Reed. We want plenty of pictures. I will not be on a diet in America, people. I want to lose weight before America and to get in a good habit. Do you know what I mean? But in America, I ain't on any diet. I'm not. I'll be honest with you, I'm not. Now, that doesn't mean I can't, when I'm in America, I can't walk. I can't do stuff, to try and negate the weight gain. But if I put on 20 pounds, I put 20 pounds on, whatever. He's going to waddle home. Vanilla protein shake. I've never done protein shakes. That's one thing I never really got into. We got 5 months to come. So February, March, April, May, June. February, March, April, May. We've actually got less than 4 months now. It's about 4 months. No, my plan is this. In February, I want to walk 5. Excuse me, I want to walk 5 miles a day. That's what my goal is going to be: 5 miles a day, every day, up until I arrive in Boston. Minus, like, obviously a few days I might not do it, but that's the aim: 5 miles a day, more than anything, and then watch where I eat a little bit. Yeah, I need to pound you a lot more, Wendy. People, when I used to pound Wendy, I lost a lot of weight, but I stopped pounding her. Look what happens. Yeah, and it's afterwards as well. It'll be fine. So there you go, Amy. Good luck with that, my darling. I did it for prostate cancer. Did charity walk, stuff like that for a month. So I've done this for a month. Carnivore diet would mean no carbs, bread, rice, pasta. Yes, Denise. Yeah, a lot of people do, and they lose so much weight on it. And a lot of people swear by it and say it's healthy for you. So I'm thinking of doing, if I do 5 miles a day and I vlog it as well, walking around, day in the life type of thing, but not obviously every day. But I need to practice my vlogging skills. Hello, Tracy, my darling. Tracy V. Hello, my darling. I have been Bob. There you go. Pounding Bob, Deb. Yeah, so I think it's one of those things where you need to find a balance. So I need to get better at vlogging. And I couldn't get the gist of the landscape and portrait, but now I think I got it for the camera. And then once I get that going, then that's be good. I want to do a few days here and there. I'm also planning, so you're riding 2 Bobs, a trip to Dublin as well. You guys don't do Easter holidays, I noticed. You guys don't do it, Easter holidays. I know a guy that does carnival, KD, and he mixes in. He's not strict on it. He does have like some veg now and again, some bread now and again, a takeaway now and again, like every 3-4 weeks and stuff. So he's not like diligent, just meat. He loves it. He's done it for 2 years, and he's kept the weight. He loves it, and he walks with it as well. Yeah, you don't do Easter holidays. So for Easter holidays, I am planning on going to what do you call them? What do you call it? Dublin, fair city in Ireland. I sort of do TikTok. Yeah, maybe. Takeaway is like an Indian, Chinese, kebab, something from a restaurant / takeaway. We call them. Yeah, well, my plan was, Josie, to do it on YouTube, not on TikTok, as in, just walk and talk. I was thinking of doing, like, I could do a walk and talk, couldn't I? 5 miles a day, walk and talk. Carry out food, yes, that's the one. Carry out food. Yeah, I could do both because I could do clips from it. You're right, Josie. You're right. It's just time it is, because if I record a walk and talk, I then got to edit it, and then I got to, Yeah, they do pay. Yeah, it's just need to get to that level, isn't it? So yeah, I want to get confident enough to vlog myself, because it's super hard to vlog with just camera, and especially when you're in public. So I want to practice, and I want to use Dublin as a good practice tool, because about a month later, then from Dublin, I'm coming up to Boston. So, there you go, Josie. Yes, that'd be yours. So yeah, so Dublin will not be a diet holiday either. So Tracy V, Robin G made a comment. She's asking if you saw it. Yeah, no, I'm going back to the whole Easter stuff. You guys don't have Easter holidays, which is bizarre to me. It's a huge thing here in the UK, Easter holidays. It's basically the start of summer. Spring, start of summer. You vegetarian, Denise? Vegetarian. Do you know what? I love veg. I love veg, but I'd have to. I couldn't give up all meat. Do you know what I mean? I suppose you don't either, but you eat a bit of meat now and again. But in total, like meat to veg. But I mean, yeah, I don't think I could totally give meat up, but I do love vegetables. If you're a juice drinker, try clear protein drinks. A few from one up. No, I'm not a juice drink. Oh, you call Drew squash, don't you? You call it, yeah, we call it squash. I'm not really. I do a lot more now. I just drink water. Just water. Because I've got a machine now where it cleanses the whole water for me, and I try and drink a lot more of that. I need to drink more, but I am trying to get on that habit now. I've got some Vimto today. I put a splash of Vimto in there to get some flavouring, but that'll be, yeah. Wendy used to be a veggie as well. Any vegans here? TikTok. Oh yeah, because TikTok got banned in America, didn't it? But it came back then, didn't it? Easter's my favorite holiday. Is it a holiday? It's not a holiday for you though, is it? Do you have like time off work and stuff? I think it's the 21st, 19th and the 21st of Easter. Like everyone's off work in the UK and everyone goes away for Easter. Has she, Josie got, is she popular? Is she? Is Josie Miss Popular on TikTok, is she? No time off work from Easter. That's what I mean. So I'm gonna miss like 3 days of kind of retrial, which sucks. But I've got to figure out a way of still streaming it here, but I won't be here, if that makes sense. But I'll try and get somebody to be here for it. It's me, Josie. TikTok. Let's have a look at Josie's TikTok. Where's my TikTok? It's me, Josie. Right, hang on. My God, who the fuck are you? It's my. Hey, Patty Murphy. How we doing, Patty? How are we? Hope you're well, my darling. It's me, Josie. 81. Follow. So you go 1,000. Oh, yeah, you got loads of followers. Hey, hey. Josie. Hot mama. Here she is. Oh, check you out. Oh, Josie, you fit mama. You're running. Fuck. You're running. Half marathons. Fuck. Yeah, I got a long way to go before then. I got a long, long way together. That's good though. I will look at these. You got shit tons. Right. Okay, so okay, well, maybe I should. I want to do the walk-in first and then see, because I'm just like I need to lose weight to fucking hell desperately. Hang on, then let me see. Hey, somebody followed me. I got 313. Oh, it was Josie probably. No, it's Lynn. Somebody I don't have a clue who it is. Oh no, it's Josie. There you go. It's Rosie's TikTok name is the same as this one. It's me, Josie81. Oh fuck, sorry. The trial's back. Shit, sorry.
30 this afternoon in terms of plotting strategy.
Okay, you can be seated, Doctor. You're still with us?
I am.
Did you receive an email copy of a document?
I did, and I printed it out.
All right, good deal. Are there any matters that we need to take up at this time out of the presence of the jury?
Only one, Judge.
Go ahead.
Dr. Kubicek will be on for a Teams meeting at 1:30 this afternoon in terms of plotting strategy.
Okay. Do you happen to have a witness in the meantime?
We do.
Okay, good. Anything from the defense?
No,
Mr.
Your
Schock.
Honor.
Bring in the jury, please, bailiff.
Fucking, I was talking to myself. Zoom, zoom, zoom. Everybody say way hoo, way hoo. Zoom, zoom, zoom. Everybody say way hoo, way hoo. Zoomy, zoomy, zoom, 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 zoom. Zoomy, zoomy, zoom, 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 zoom. Let's see what happens here. I do need to get better on TikTok. I actually did really well when Zach's trial was on, then I gave up on it, really.
All right, members of the jury, you will see that you have a document in your seat. That is the document that has been marked as Defendant's Exhibit number 10. We will presumably find out more about that matter shortly, and you can follow along in terms of the testimony. Please continue, Mr. Selden.
Thank you, Your Honor. Before we get to Defendant's Exhibit number 10, I'd like the jury just to set that aside for a moment. I have a couple of questions before we get into it.
Go ahead.
Now, Dr. Krieger, it's been alleged that Michael Cochran took a variety of supplements, substances, or other undeclared medications. And because they've been undeclared, you don't have any idea what he was taking or what effect it had on his body. Wouldn't that be a fair question?
Yeah.
Okay. You said that you reviewed one autopsy report. Was that right?
Yes, prior to my writing of my 2023 report, yes.
Okay. Was that Dr. Kubitschek's report? He's the medical examiner for West Virginia. Is that the report you reviewed? Yes.
Yes.
Did you note in his conclusions that he said the cause of death and the manner of death was undetermined? Did you see that?
Yes.
Okay. Now I'd like to turn to Defendant's Exhibit number 10, which the jury has copies of. And you have a copy of that as well, Dr. Krieger, isn't that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, at the top, it says, with a double asterisk, alleged event is approximately 12 p.m. on February 6, 2019. What that is referring to is that there's an approximation of what time Natalie Cochran, if at any time, she injected Michael Cochran with insulin. That's all that means. And we don't have an exact time. It just says approximate time, 12 p.m. Do you note that at the top?
I see that.
Okay. Because there is no actual witness to Natalie Cochran injecting Michael Cochran on February the 6th of 2019 with anything. We don't have a witness who's going to state that. Are you aware of that?
Yes.
Okay. Now, also at the top, there is a note that says hypoglycemia is sugar, meaning blood sugar, less than 70 milligrams per deciliter in a person without diabetes. That's up for debate. You said under 55, I believe. Is that right?
That's right. The reason I said that is that when we do testing.
I don't need you to go into any detail. I'm just clarifying what your statement was. Okay? Thank you. Now, this is a chart that has the date and time of testing for blood glucose in Michael Cochran. First column is the date and the time, and unfortunately it's military time, but I'll go through that. The second column is the blood glucose level. The third column is the hours since the alleged event. Again, the alleged event is suspected injection of Michael Cochran with insulin. And the fourth column is, it says, was Lispro active in his body? Lispro is the Humalog insulin alleged to be the subject of all of this controversy. Okay? Is that clear?
Yes.
Okay. And I hope it's clear to the jury. I'll move on. The first entry is February 6th, 2019, the date when Michael Cochran was first admitted to the hospital. And it says 2020, which is 8:20 p.m. Do you note that?
Yes.
Okay. The second column says that his blood glucose level was 21. Now, you've made a lot of comments about that. That's extremely low by anybody's calculation, right?
Yes.
Okay. The third column says that the time frame of the taking of that level is 8 hours and 20 minutes after the time Michael was supposed to be injected. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. Is it your testimony that the insulin, Humalog, Lispro, insulin, alleged in the case, could still be active in Michael's body 8 hours and 20 minutes after alleged injection?
It's possible if a very high dose was used or if additional doses were given.
I'm talking about a singular injection of Humalog insulin. Would a singular injection, no matter the quantity, the volume, still be active and causing effects in Michael Cochran's body 8 hours and 20 minutes after injection?
The quantity and volume does matter.
Is it your testimony that the Humalog insulin could still be active in Michael Cochran's body 8 hours and 20 minutes later? Irregardless of the volume, I'm talking about a single injection. Is that your testimony?
Yes.
Okay. Second column. It's dated February 7th, 2019. That's the next day after Michael's in the hospital. It's 23, which is 12:23 a.m. The blood glucose level isn't available. The third column says 12 hours and 23 minutes after alleged injection of a single dose. Is it your testimony that Lispro Humalog insulin can still be active in Michael Cochran's body?
Well, there's no additional hypoglycemia except a finger stick further down in the list. So
I'm just asking you, is it your testimony? And I don't care about the blood glucose level. I'm asking, can this type of insulin still be active in Michael Cochran's body 12 hours and 23 minutes later?
It's unlikely.
Okay. So the subsequent tests, well, let me go on. February 7th, 2019, 12:28 a.m. We don't know the blood glucose level. It's now 12 hours and 28 minutes. Is it still your testimony that the insulin is unlikely to be active in Michael's body at this time?
If only one injection were given at that time, yes.
Okay. Now, the next entry is February 7th of 2019. It's 12:33 a.m. Now, Michael's blood glucose is on the rise. It's going up. It's all the way up to 63, 12 hours and 33 minutes later. Now, isn't it true that if there was a single injection and given this level, the insulin's no longer active?
Likely that it's not a single injection, and
Okay.
the blood sugar is not low now.
That's all I asked you. Next entry, February 7th, 1:55 a.m. Blood glucose is on the rise. It's all the way up to 80, 13 hours and 55 minutes. The Lispro insulin's not active anymore, right?
Correct.
Okay. February 7th, 2:17 a.m. Now his blood glucose is all the way up to 187, 14 hours and 17 minutes later. Lispro insulin, not active, cannot cause that reaction, correct?
Well, high blood sugar would be caused by insulin anyway, but yes.
And we don't know what time. They're doing things to try and raise Michael Cochran's glucose level. They gave him an injection of dextrose D50 at the emergency room. That is an attempt to raise his blood glucose levels, correct?
Yes.
Right. And it's taking effect. It's working. His blood glucose levels are going up, right?
Yes.
Okay. February 7th, 5:13 a.m. His blood glucose now drops all the way down to 44. 17 hours and 13 minutes later. How do you account for that?
Well, that one could be an outlier because that one was done by finger stick, not by blood, by finger prick. And for my review of the record, I didn't see that anything was done in response to that. And then the next one, shortly thereafter.
I just asked you. I just asked you.
She's trying to answer the question, Mr. Selden. Let her go ahead.
Okay.
You may continue, Ms. Craig, Dr. Krager.
Thank you. What I was saying is that the finger stick at 44, according to my review of the record, did not receive any action. So there was nothing given in response to that. And a short time later, the sugar was normal again. So I don't really know if that has much meaning.
Okay. But you can say, since it's 17 hours and 13 minutes after the alleged injection of insulin, that insulin is not working in Michael's body at this time, correct?
His own insulin is likely working, but an injection given at noon would not likely be working.
Okay, I'm just asking about the single injection given at noon on February 6th. That's all these questions are directed at, okay?
Yes.
All right. at 6:22 a.m. on February 7th, his insulin's on the rise again. It's up to 95, and that's within normal range according to your testimony. Isn't that right?
Yes, not insulin, glucose. But
Glucose, sorry. Okay. 18 hours, 27 minutes later, insulin not active in his body, correct?
yes, that's after a new
Okay.
injection, yes.
Now, I'm not going to go through the other entries. I'm sure the jury appreciates that. But Michael's blood glucose levels are back on the rise, and now they're all the way up into at least normal range, and there's no activity or effect from a single injection of Humalog Lispro insulin alleged to have been given at approximately noon on February 6th. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
Okay. I think we're done with that exhibit for now.
All right, I'll ask the bailiff to collect the copies. All right.
Now, in your review of all of the records and everything you reviewed in this case, it has been alleged that Michael Cochran was using undeclared supplements or substances or other medications, and because it's not clearly in the records, you wouldn't have any idea what he was taking or its effects on his body. Wouldn't that be a fair statement?
Yes.
You state in your report in the conclusions, in summary, that Michael Cochran's, quote, hypoglycemia due to insulin administration is a strong possibility. So from that statement, you cannot say that insulin was the one and only factor that caused Michael Cochran's hypoglycemia. Isn't that correct?
It's the only credible explanation since none of the other explanations work.
I didn't ask you if it was credible. I said you cannot say it's the one and only. You're only stating it's a strong possibility, correct?
Yes.
Okay. To what degree of medical certainty is a strong possibility? What is that?
That's not quantified.
Okay. I believe that's all the questions I have at this time. Thank you.
All right, redirect Mr. Truman.
Thank you, Your Honor. Doctor, this started off some time ago by asking who is paying you to be here today, and you responded that the state. Would the fact that the state's paying you cause you to alter your testimony or your opinions in any manner?
No.
Defendant's 10. Doctor, Defendant's Exhibit number 10, which was a document emailed to you while we were on a break, that's based on some assumptions that there was a single dose at noon. There is nothing in States 10 that would eliminate the possibility of multiple injections of insulin, is there?
Objection, Your Honor. That's not the facts and evidence.
Overruled.
You can answer, doctor, please.
Yes, it's very likely that there was another injection or another type of insulin in addition or to the Lispro.
There was some discussion about benzodiazepines and Michael Cochran. Is there anything in the records that would cause you to believe that that would be responsible for his low blood glucose level?
No, and in fact, an allergy to a benzodiazepine was noted in his record. When we have a patient who has an allergy to one benzodiazepine, we caution them not to have others. So I don't know how to reconcile all of that, what the allergy was about, and whether he would have why he would have taken that medication.
One theory presented to you by the defense was that it might have, his blood glucose level may have dropped because of a drug overdose. Is there any evidence whatsoever that Michael Cochran overdosed on any drug other than insulin?
No.
There was also the matter of the high white blood count. And you started to address that issue and you were stopped. So let me give you the opportunity to explain the treatment and the end result of the high white blood count.
Yes. Well, it is true that we see a high white blood cell count with infection. It's not the only cause. When blood sugar goes extremely low, other hormones rise, and those hormones, particularly cortisol, will cause white blood cells to look high. We see this a lot in patients who have excess cortisol for other reasons, and that's a possible explanation. Since there was no evidence for infection, he didn't have a fever, he didn't have a low blood pressure. I'm talking about enormous infection that would cause a low blood sugar. Fever, no low blood pressure, no evidence of infection on exam, and a negative blood culture after the single dose of antibiotic that would not have tamed a rip-roaring infection bad enough to cause a low blood sugar.
How would you expect a non-diabetic person to physically react if they were given insulin? What kind of symptoms would you expect to see?
There's a cascade of events that occur. As the sugar begins to drop, people feel sweaty, shaky, they can have pounding in their chest, palpitations, we call it. We can have, people then can proceed to seizure, to coma, which is from the brain cell edema that we've talked about. So that's the cascade from hunger, shakiness, sweating, pounding in the chest, to seizure, coma.
You had indicated that 55 was the number you considered to be a low blood glucose. Can you expand on that a little bit, please?
Yes. In the testing we do when we are trying to figure out why someone has a low blood sugar, and we can't explain it yet, we use 55 as the cutoff, and we don't do the extra testing until the blood sugar is less than 55. When there are symptoms, less than 45 when there are no symptoms. So 55 is our cutoff for the testing.
Okay. When Michael Cochran went to Raleigh General and his blood glucose was measured at 21, and this may be out of your field, and if so, just say so, but had the damage already been done by that time?
Well, the brain edema had already started, yes.
That's all the questions the state has. Thank you.
Recross Mr. Selden.
Need to approach the bench.
All right.
Oh, I wonder what they're going to say here. Hello, Josie Lou. Thank you, my darling. I'm sorry, I didn't see that just now. How are you? Hope you're well, Josie Lou. Thank you for giving a like. See the bit, Denise? I wish we could hear sometimes. But that's why reason we have sidebars. Hey Jude, you make me sad. Da-da-da, da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Da-da-da. The thing is, we all know, right, with jury trials that more often than not, she will be found guilty, right? But when you sit down and look at it, so far, there's been nothing that you can, beyond a reasonable doubt, find her guilty on. Speculation. So be interested. I do sometimes wonder, would the judge find her not guilty?
All right. Further questions, Mr. Selden?
Thank you, Your Honor. There has been testimony throughout this trial that Natalie Cochran allegedly injected Michael Cochran sometime around noon when he collapsed. Then there were people constantly checking. There were people constantly in and out of the house, numerous witnesses, people coming over, staying with Natalie, checking on Michael. So, and then Michael goes into the hospital at approximately 8 p.m. And he's in the hospital from February 6th of 2019 through and including February 10th or 11th when he goes to the hospice and passes away. When would there be an opportunity for Natalie Cochran to inject him multiple times given those facts?
Objection. That's beyond the scope of an endocrinologist's expertise.
Sustained.
From a scientific point, based on the records which note Michael's glucose levels, etc., when would additional injections occur to have the result of altering blood glucose levels, etc.? We went all through that chart of the extensive testing and recording of his blood glucose levels from approximately 8 p.m. on February 6th through his stay at the hospital. Scientific evidence, when would an injection of insulin have occurred to have those results?
You're asking me to speculate.
I'm not asking you to speculate. I'm asking you, given the scientific medical evidence of blood glucose levels February 6th through his stay, like every 15 minutes, every half hour, when would those scientific information show another injection of insulin?
Well, we really have to explain the 21 because the other one There's only one low, and that's a finger stick that wasn't treated and normalized without treatment. So it's really explaining the 21.
Okay, and the 21 was recorded initially or stated initially by a supposed witness, Ms. Hamilton. She's the one that said it was 21 when Michael was admitted to the hospital approximately 8 p.m. Do you recall that?
Wait a minute.
No, that was the
Wait,
one.
objection.
Just wait a minute, doctor. Go ahead, Mr.
That
Truman.
wasn't the testimony. That came from Raleigh General 21, not Stephanie Hamilton.
All right,
This is a misleading question.
I'll withdraw it and I'll stand corrected.
Okay.
The 21 was when he was admitted to Raleigh General Hospital, approximately 8 p.m. When would Natalie Cochran have an opportunity to inject him to cause that decrease in glucose?
Again, I would have to speculate, but sometime later in that afternoon.
The prosecutor asked you on redirect about the white blood cell count. And the simple explanation of that is we don't know the cause of the extreme elevation of the white blood cells. Isn't that correct?
No, there are certainly hypotheses that can be rendered, including.
But we don't, just a moment, we don't actually know. There weren't any definitive tests that would account for the elevated white blood cell count. Isn't that correct?
Yes. Just a moment, Your Honor.
Very well.
I don't have any more questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Truman, anything further?
Nothing further from the state, Your Honor. Thank you.
Very well. Is there any reason to hold this witness at all?
Not so far as the state's concerned.
Any reason from the defense?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you very much, Doctor. You are excused.
Thank you.
No, you're fine, Amy. You're fine. I like your boobies, so you're fine. You're all good. You can promote yourself. No, I there's a lot of people I don't like. So we don't promote many people. But yeah, if you're supportive of me, I will be supportive of you. Put it that way. If you're not supportive of me, I will not be supportive of you. If that makes sense. You are a member, you're always in chat, you're always talkative, so that means we will be supportive of you. And you've got a great set of tits. So that's also sort of bonus. There's a lot of other channels I will not promote, or I try not to. Right, hang on. Oh no, it does happen. Ladies, right. I've had people in here before going, Melanie Little's live. People go and watch Melanie Little. And I'm like, for fuck's sakes, are you serious? There you go. There you go, sub to Amy. Yes, please sub to Amy. Right, hang on. Oh, here we go. Bull day. Hang on.
All right, Ms. Acord.
Sir, can you please state and spell your full name for the record?
Yes, my name is Earl Gleam. First name is spelled E-A-R-L. Last name is Gleam, G-L-I-E-M.
And how are you currently employed?
I am a physical scientist, forensic examiner, working in the Firearms and Tool Marks Unit of the FBI laboratory located in Quantico, Virginia.
Where did you attend school?
I attended school at West Virginia University. I received a Bachelor's of Science degree in Forensic and Investigative Sciences there. And more recently, I've completed a Master's of Science at the University of Florida in Pharmaceutical Science with a concentration in Forensic Science as well.
What sort of professional training do you have?
So as an examiner, as a physical scientist forensic examiner at the FBI laboratory, before we are qualified to perform independent casework, we go through a training program at the laboratory to ensure that we have all of the proper educational requirements and skills to perform the tasks, excuse me. So when I first started at the Firearms and Tool Marks Unit, I went through the forensic examiner training program within that unit, which included required readings, exercises, simulated casework, and doing casework under the supervision of a qualified examiner, as well as completing numerous tests before I was qualified to perform independent casework.
Do you have any work experience in this field prior to your current position at the FBI?
So before becoming a physical scientist forensic examiner in the Firearms and Tool Marks Unit, I worked as a forensic examiner in the latent print operations unit. And I worked there for approximately 4 years before coming to the Firearms and Tool Marks Unit. And I've been with the Firearms and Tool Marks Unit for about 9 years now.
Have you given any presentations in your field?
Yes, I have. I've given several case presentations about some of the cases that I've worked in my time as a forensic examiner there. I've also given numerous tours and presentations to groups about the FBI laboratory and our unit as a whole.
And are you a member of any professional organizations or anything like that?
No, I am not.
Okay. Have you ever been qualified as an expert witness in a criminal court?
Yes, I have.
Have you ever been denied qualification as an expert witness in a criminal court?
No, I have not.
Your Honor, subject to cross-examination by the defense, I would move that this witness be treated as an expert pursuant to Rule 702.
All right, Mr. Selden, do you wish to engage in voir dire pertaining to this witness's qualifications?
1 moment, Your Honor.
Sure.
Yes, Your Honor, I have a couple questions.
Go ahead.
What exactly are you being qualified as an expert in? What is your represented area of expertise?
So in the Firearms and Tool Marks Unit, my main job duties include the examination of tools and firearms, as well as the items that those tools and firearms come into contact with. I examine both the tools and firearms, determine makes and models, as well as the types of actions that they can produce, as well as if any microscopic marks of value are present on the surfaces that they come into contact with. I can then do examinations on those marks to determine whether or not those marks were originated from a particular tool or not.
So what you're saying in summary is that you are an alleged expert in the external examination of these objects. Does that be a fair assumption or statement?
Could you explain what you mean by external?
You don't take the contents of, for instance, the vials out. You don't do any chemical analysis. You're talking about how the vial looks from an external view and a microscopic examination of the outside of these objects.
With an object like that, yes. I do not do any chemical examination.
No objection. Accepted.
All right, the court declares this witness to be an expert within his described field of forensic examinations. You may continue, Ms. Akert.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Clinton, did you write a report in this case?
Yes, I did.
Your Honor, I'd like to have marked what I am holding as State's Exhibit 19.
Yes, no, yes. Sorry. This is State's Exhibit number 19, Your Honor.
Thank you.
And this has been shown to the defense, Your Honor.
Very well.
Your Honor, permission to approach the witness?
Yes, you may.
Mr. Gleam, I've handed you what is labeled as Laboratory Division Supporting Documentation Envelope. Can you look over that and advise the court if that is the report that you prepared in this matter?
State's Exhibit 19 is a copy of all of the material that I produced as part of this case, to include the report, my case notes, as well as some additional documentation as well.
And what items did you review in this case?
I reviewed, excuse me. Well, there's two different designations that we use for them. In the laboratory, we assigned them item 2 and item 4. At the field office level, when they were first received by the field office, which was Pittsburgh in this case, they gave them the designators 1B1 and 1B2.
And I'm going to hand you what has been marked and entered as State's Exhibit 10 and State's Exhibit 14. Could you please open those and identify them for me?
Do I need gloves to handle them, right?
No.
Okay.
Do we have some gloves, Deputy Fry? Hold on.
Thank
and we'll
you.
get some.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Well done, Judge. I mean, the attorney's like, nah, it's fine. Yes, wear gloves. You should always wear gloves, people. Just in case. That's why he's decent, because he asked for gloves. Should I be wearing gloves? Nah, you're fine. No, everyone should be wearing gloves. You never know what be tested, what's not tested. Hey. Erin hack hack hack. Ole 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 ole. Ole 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 ole. Erin hack hack hack. 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 Ole. Da 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 da. My desire, Erin hack hack hack. Oh, oh, Sarapi, 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 pi 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 pi, Sarapi, Sarapi, Sarapi is lovely. Josie, I'm of the. They aren't as lovely. Fuck around and find out I'm jokingly lovely.
Eureka, we found a box of gloves.
Oh,
Can you message poor Stephen to tell him that we found some?
Thank you. That's okay.
They may be for children, however.
Goodness. might go through the whole box. All right. I'm sorry. What was your original question?
Did you identify those items for me?
So
States 10.
this one.
That glove is ripped, dude.
So States Exhibit 10 is a vial.
And did you examine that vial?
So I don't see my marking specifically on it. However, most of it is covered with the States Exhibit sticker. It does appear very consistent with my photograph of the item 2 vial that I examined in the laboratory.
And when you refer to that photograph, I'm going to try to fix this. I know this is hard to see. I don't know if this is better or worse. Trying to make this as visible as I can for everyone in the room. Is this the set of photographs that you're referring to?
Yes, that's correct.
And what are we looking at in these photographs?
We're looking at the photographs that I took during my examination of the item 2 vial. There were numerous pieces, so I just took it from different angles, as well as the different components, as well as a close-up of the rubber stopper that I was asked to examine.
And before we move on to stage 14, we'll just stick with stage 10. What sort of testing did you perform on this stopper, this vial?
I was asked to examine the rubber area at the center here to determine if there were any puncture marks in the rubber top of the vial.
And what conclusions did you reach?
I did not detect any punctures or defects in that rubber stopper.
What does the lack of a puncture in that bottle indicate to you?
I need to interrupt. Are we talking about item number 2, which was later marked as item number IB-1? Is that what we are talking about?
That's my understanding of what we're talking about, yes.
Yes. Thank you.
I'm sorry, the last question. What does the lack of any puncture in the septum of this bottle indicate to you?
It indicates that it was not forcibly contacted by any other object to obtain the contents inside of it.
Now, could you please identify State Exhibit 14?
Yes.
Is that the same bottle that you performed testing on in your laboratory?
Yes, it is. This is the item 4 vial that I examined in the laboratory. And I recognize both my initials and name and date on the outer packaging, as well as some of the inner packaging here. Excuse me. As well as my initials on the item itself.
And the photographs that I placed on the overhead that should also appear in front of you on that screen, are these photographs that you took of that bottle and septum during testing?
Yes.
And additionally, did you take these photographs of the septum during testing as well?
Yes, I did.
What sort of testing did you perform on State's Exhibit?
I'm sorry, I need to interrupt for a moment. I'm getting a call from Dr. Banerjee. She's probably telling me she's not 100% sure.
Take the call.
Thank you.
I've never seen that before. Hey, Judge, can we just stop the process so I take this call? Data, the speedo man. This work thing is really bringing me down. Hey, it's like you didn't go to the pizza last night then. It's a lovely photo of everyone. I saw Tracey there. I just didn't see you.
Your Honor, there is difficulty with Dr. Banerjee. She's Commissioner approaching.
Yes, please.
So the well, we don't get to hear, but apparently there's a problem with the expert witness who was on the phone, but we don't get to know what that problem is now. Unfortunately, I wanted to know what the issue was. The state seemed pissed. I do wonder if he speaks just as slow as Cybers.
All right, please continue, Ms. Akron.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Gleam, with regard to State Exhibit 14, which is also identified as item number 4, what type of testing did you perform?
It was mostly a visual examination where I was looking for defects in that rubber top of the vial.
What were the results of that testing?
I detected one defect in the center of the rubber stopper that was consistent with a puncture mark that penetrated through the entire rubber stopper of the vial.
And has anything come to your attention since conducting your original testing on both States Exhibit 10 and States Exhibit 14 that would lead you to change any of your conclusions at this time?
No.
I have no further questions, Your Honor, and I would move States 19 into evidence.
Any objection, Mr. Selden?
No objection, Your Honor.
States exhibit number 19 will be admitted into evidence. You may cross-examine Mr. Selden.
Sorry, Your Honor, I need to get my copy of the report.
Okay.
Good afternoon, sir. My name is Stanley Selden. I'm co-counsel for the defendant, Natalie Cochran. Welcome to the courtroom.
Morning. Afternoon.
How do you pronounce your last name?
Gleam.
Gleam. Okay. As Gleam, even though that's not the spelling.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Excuse me, just a moment, Your Honor. I need to collect my thoughts on this.
All right.
It was a little confusing in some of the testimony. All right, Mr. Green, as to your report on item number 2, which I believe was state's exhibit number 10. I'm calling your attention to that one. Okay?
Yes.
That was a vial that has a large top. And can we have the photographs of that so that we can put them on the viewer?
All right. Who has the photographs?
Photographs are within the report, Your Honor.
Okay.
And hopefully I can get this on the viewer so everyone can see it.
Well, let's hope.
And could I get some assistance in turning this on?
It is okay.
Okay, good. Here we go. Mr. Gleam, are these the photographs that you took of, and I believe your description included item number 2. Is that correct?
Yes.
You did external examinations of this, and by that I mean you didn't empty out the contents, you didn't analyze the contents. That was done by somebody else, correct?
That's correct.
And you say no punctures or defects were present on the top or bottom of the surfaces of the rubber stopper. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
The metal ring, and I believe you're talking about this right here.
Yes.
You can see that. And that's the metal ring that would have been around here and right here. Is that right?
Correct. I didn't necessarily examine the metal ring because I believe it had been manipulated before it got to me to remove the contents.
So you can't make any conclusions about that because it was manipulated before it got to you.
Correct. I was only asked to examine the rubber stopper inside of the metal ring.
And this rubber stopper had no defects or punctures or anything like that that you could see. Is that right?
Not that I was able to detect.
Do you know what substances were represented to be in this vial by other testers?
No, I don't.
Fair enough. Let's look at this item, which is listed as item number 4. And these are photographs taken by you of this item, correct?
Yes.
Now, you said in examination of this item that you believe, and this item seems to indicate right here, this is Humalog insulin. Would you agree with that label?
Yes, that is how it was labeled.
Now, you say that on examination, you believe that there was a puncture in the rubber piece right here, correct?
Yes, I believe you lost it on the top there.
I may have touched the button. Okay, great, thank you. I think we're back on, and hopefully I won't touch anything again.
Could you repeat the question, please?
Yes. This indication right here with this circle that I believe you put on the photograph, right?
Yes, the dashed circle as well as that arrow to like kind of the top right were indicators put on the photograph by me, to just give further clarification on the notes.
So from your examination, you believe that was a puncture in the rubber stopper, right?
Yes, that's correct.
You cannot tell if this was a single puncture or if there might have been, no, I'm going to scratch that. You cannot tell when this alleged puncture mark was made, correct?
No, I cannot.
Lieutenant Bledsoe, who gathered this item from, I believe it was 211 4H Lake Road, says that when he retrieved this item, it was full and unopened.
Objection, Your Honor. I don't believe that's ever been stated. Lieutenant Bledsoe has not even testified yet.
If that's true, I must sustain the objection. You can rephrase, Mr. Sellers.
Yeah. From a visual examination, you cannot tell if this was opened or not. You're only stating there was a puncture in the top, right?
Yes, I only observed I only examined the rubber stopper, and this is the result of my examination.
And from your examination, you can't tell who made this puncture mark, correct?
No, I cannot.
You did a visual examination of the bottle, etc. Were there any fingerprints on the bottle?
I did not examine the bottle for fingerprints.
A moment, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
And also, in addition to those questions, not only can you not tell who made the puncture mark, but you can't tell when it was made, correct?
No, I cannot.
One moment, Your Honor, I need to confer.
All right.
Now, the metal ring that you were talking about and that vial that may or may not have been opened, et cetera, you stated that, and that was item 2, I believe, you stated that had been manipulated previously, so you couldn't really tell much about it, correct?
Your Honor, may I refer to my notes? I made a note specific to the metal ring that might help me better answer that question.
Okay, is it in your report?
It's the same copy as the State's Exhibit 19. It's just my copy.
I can give him the report.
Okay, yeah, if you don't mind, please.
Thank you. Thank you.
Would it be all right if I stay here?
Yes.
Thank you.
Just don't lean over too far.
Oh, sorry.
So on my notes, I indicated that the metal ring was loose and easily removed to separate the rubber stopper from the ring. So the metal ring appeared like it had been manipulated prior to myself receiving it because it was so easily removable.
Okay, and I want to show that on the viewer. This is the vial, not the one marked Humalog. It has a label that represents methylprednisone, and you believe, based on your examination, that this one was manipulated, correct?
Well, I don't have all of the documents from the other units of the laboratory, but I believe it did go to other units of the laboratory before I received it. So it's possible that they might have removed that ring to access the contents. It's possible.
Item number 4. From a visual examination of this bottle, can you tell if it's full of liquid or not?
I believe it was empty when I received it.
So how do you believe the contents were removed?
I don't have any information on that.
I need to confer with counsel one more time, and I think I'm wide.
Okay.
Now, according to your report, items number 2 and items number 4 were found approximately 4 to 5 months after Michael Cochran's death on February 11th of 2019. Is that correct?
I'm not aware of when they were recovered. Well, could you repeat the question, please?
Sure. There are various documents appended to your report, which you reviewed. It's part of your report. From that description, do you believe this item was seized by police or other authorities approximately 4 months after Michael Cochran's death on February 11th of 2019?
I don't have any awareness of the collection of this item of evidence. I can only speak to when it was received into the FBI laboratory and when I worked it in the laboratory. And that's all I can say about the the custody of that item.
Okay, I'm going to hand you this report back. I have a few more questions. So looking at that report, when were these two items, number 2 and 4, received in your laboratory?
So to best answer your question, this evidence, I don't have the full chain of custody printouts for each of these items present in my notes printouts. That's information that's typically part of the evidence management unit package that is created for these items that kind of covers the whole lifespan or the whole chain of custody of the movement of the items through the entire laboratory.
Right, and I'm not asking you about all that. I just want to know when these two items came into the FBI laboratory in Quantico, Virginia, as far as your investigation.
Don't say I don't know. Don't say I don't know. Don't say I don't know. Don't say I don't know.
So the initial communication from the field office about this request for laboratory examinations was initiated on February 9th, 2021.
Okay. And so it can be assumed that came into Quantico about February of 2021.
Yes, approximately. So the communication was initiated on February 9th, and then the initial notes done by the evidence management unit were created on February 10th of 2021.
Okay. So Michael Cochran passed away February 11th of 2019, and this crucial evidence has come into your lab 2 years later. Is that what you're saying?
Those are the dates that are indicated as when we received items in this case.
Okay. You were assigned the items on July 30th of 2021, and you completed your report January 31st of 2022. Isn't that right?
Yes, that appears correct.
Almost 4 years after Michael Cochran's death, correct? If his death occurred February 11th of 2019.
I'm not familiar with the specifics of the case, but if his death occurred in 2019, I completed my exams in 2022, that would be 3 years.
Okay. Thank you. That's all the questions I have.
Redirect Ms. Akron.
Mr. Gleam, through your investigation of State's Exhibit 14, the bottle that is labeled Humalog, I believe also identified as item 4, is it true that you were unable to determine how many times an object had passed through the puncture you identified?
Objection as to the form of the question is legal.
I'll rephrase, Your Honor.
All right, go ahead.
Were you able to determine how many times any item had passed through that puncture?
No, I was not.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Anything further, Mr. Selden?
No, Your Honor.
All right, may this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir.
2
May step down,
years.
Mr. Gleam, you
Thank
are
you.
excused.
2 years to get a Quantico, then 2.5
Make
years.
sure you leave
for
all
him
the
to get it.
exhibits here, please.
Yes, sir.
So he got it 2.5 years later. Like in what condition? I don't trust anything that's like 2 years out. Anything could happen to it. And he doesn't get it for 2.5 years. Even though he's in Quantico for 5 months before he gets it. Oh, for fuck's sakes.
And our gloves.
Yes, sir. I broke more than I used.
That's all right. We won't charge you. Members of the jury, we'll take our lunch break now. Please do not expose yourselves to any reports online, on the radio,
Why would you expose yourself?
or on TV concerning this case. Obviously, you see cameras in the courtroom. You know that this case is being filmed. Again, I want you to make an independent decision at the close of all the evidence. Please enjoy your lunch. I'll give you a little bit of extra time on your lunch break because we're getting a little late start. I'll need you back in your jury room a little bit before 1:15, please, and we'll start back up promptly. Technology allowing. You may follow the bailiff to your jury.
Let's see if we're going to talk to the attorneys.
All right, now, Mr. Gleam, thank you very much. Any matters to take up further at this time before we break for lunch? And I'll start with you, Mr. Truman.
Nothing from the state, Your Honor. Thank you.
Anything, Mr. Selden?
No, Your Honor.
We'll start back up at 1:15. I figure it'll take 15 minutes to try to set up the technology. Okay?
Okay, I'm just I'm going to go for lunch break now, but before I do, I'm just disheartened by it all because we're talking about someone's life here. Going to be in jail for the rest of their lives, and it seems like evidence. There's no chain of custody. There's no. Seen a bit, Deb. Seen a bit, everybody. I just don't. If you're putting somebody in prison for life, then I just get disheartened. They will try you on anything. They'll try you on anything just to get it off the cold case table. It's just like I know it happens, but every time I see it, I just get sad. I feel sad. It's the same with everything. She may have done it. A lot of cases, right? They may have done it, but they should never be brought to trial on a whim, because we also know that juries tend to believe the Commonwealth ahead of the defense. So, and same with the police. Why would the police lie? Blah 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 blah. Just disheartening, man. But anyway. I have got, for some of you been asking about the case, I have got this for you. I will play this Lawyer Lee for you. I never heard her before. I think some of you said she's good. She's been in court. This is an hour and 5 minutes, so it'll take you all of the break to watch it. Some of you probably seen it before. But if not, you can watch it now. This is a synopsis of last week from her. As I say, I don't watch her, so I got nothing to say good or bad about her. But I trust everyone that says that she's really good. So, so there you go. I haven't got time to listen. I'm going to get some food and stuff now. But I'll be back in about an hour. And we'll take it from there. So, yeah, there you go. There you go. Ashley says she's really good. So, there you go. Right, here you go, everyone. See you in an hour.
Hi, y'all, and welcome to tonight's live stream. I am here at the trial of Natalie Cochran in West Virginia. Today at trial, a witness dropped an absolute bombshell. Did Natalie to poison her husband, Michael, twice? And a witness showed us 3 vials of medications. And it turns out one vial was labeled one thing, but the medications inside were actually something completely different. So we're going to be talking about both of those things today. Plus, at the end, I'm going to show you some gorgeous scenery from here in West Virginia that I think you'll love seeing. It's an absolutely beautiful state. So Natalie Cochran, as those of you who have been following along know, is accused of murdering her husband. She was a pharmacist, but she has now pled guilty and is serving 11 years and 3 months of a sentence in federal prison for a Ponzi scheme. The scheme ripped off her in-laws, brother, her friends, family, acquaintances. And she's accused of taking a total of $2.5 million through that. She's also accused of a host of other various offenses, ranging from stealing $10,000 from the local Little League to faking cancer. Those aren't at issue in this case other than as motive. The cancer is a bit at issue in terms of her credibility, but the $10,000 from the local Little League is not, and the Ponzi scheme is not technically at issue. She's already been convicted of that. Prosecutors say in this case that she gave her husband insulin, that she watched as he lay on the couch all day, unresponsive, with dangerously low sugar levels, and she knew just why they were so low, that multiple people tried to get her to take him to the hospital, and she refused. By the end of the day, when she took him, it was too late. He could not be resuscitated. He died in hospice 5 days later. The prosecutors say she wanted him dead because he either had just learned about or was about to learn about the Ponzi scheme she had been running, and that she was worried he would either stop her or turn her in. Now, the defense says this is all nonsense. Michael was a very sick man. He had been hospitalized more than once with very similar issues, and they were all of his own making. The problem was that he was taking foreign-made supplements and steroids that he ordered off the internet, and the reason was he was trying to bulk up. He was trying to be a bodybuilder or to do bodybuilding. So he was taking all of these things that were harming his body. They say he knew all about that Ponzi scheme. He was already heavily involved. There'd be no motive to kill him because of that Ponzi scheme. So those are the overall allegations in the case. And now we are going to dive into what happened today. I want to give a shout out to the first 5 in the chat tonight: Michael, Go Duke Basketball, Curly Crew Mom, Teresa, and Coles. Special shout out and hi to all of you. I also want to say a special shout out to Jessica from WVNS, local news station, and to Mom Rita, who's a longtime subscriber here on the channel. So it's a special. I also want to just throw in, and I'll tell you more about it later, we are going to be having a special members only event on Sunday night. I'll tell you more about that at the end. All right, so let's start out with witness number 1, Jason Bowen. Jason was there the day that Michael fell out. Now, 5 days later, Michael was going to die in hospice without ever waking up. And Jason was there at the beginning of this episode, at least so far as we know and understand it. Jason was a general contractor who did all aspects of construction. And he said he does traveling construction in various places. In 2019, his business partner, Jonathan Miller, and he were working full-time for Mr. and Mrs. Cochran, for Natalie and for her husband, Michael, doing various projects. And they had their own companies, but had joined forces together and were working together on this project, for various projects for the Cochrans. Now, on March 30th of 2020, Jonathan, the business partner, died in a motor vehicle accident. So the only person of the two who can talk about what happened is Jason, who is here today and talked about what happened on February 6th, 2019. Jason and his business partner, Jonathan Miller, had just left Lowe's. It was about 12:20. They didn't say, but I'm pretty sure that would be PM, just afternoon. I mean, that would make more sense. They having just left Lowe's as they did, when they got a text from Natalie. And Natalie said Mike had gotten sick and was just had fallen out on the kitchen floor. and she wanted them to come and help her. So Jason and Jonathan headed straight to the Cochran's house and got there about 12:30, 12:40. The prosecution has repeatedly shown a photograph that Natalie herself took of Michael lying in a heap on the kitchen floor. Jason said when he got there, yep, the picture is pretty much what he saw, pretty much accurate, that Michael was just lying there. Natalie told him Michael had gotten sick and lowered himself to the floor using the cabinets. So far as Jason knew, he didn't hit his head. Natalie asked him to move Michael to the couch. They did that. They tried to talk to Michael and they said his name. They got no response. They felt like, Jason said he felt like he needed to be checked out because he just was not responsive. He said Jonathan did a sternum rub on him. He said, if you're lucid, you're going to come up out of your sleep or whatever is happening with a sternum rub. But Michael didn't do that. He didn't arouse. He didn't converse. He didn't say anything or move. So Jason and Jonathan said they were only there about 20 minutes. And it was about 5 minutes after they got there and after they had already moved Michael to the couch that Trooper John Hamilton came by. He was a friend of the Cochrans. He testified at trial earlier. We talked about his testimony earlier. Now, Jason and Jonathan texted back and forth with Natalie that afternoon. She told them all afternoon, well, he's sleeping it off. There's no change. Right at the end of his testimony, the state did thoroughly confuse me on one issue. Jason apparently says that before Michael had gotten sick, the Cochrans had mentioned having plans to go to Virginia that day. Now that fits with some other testimony we've heard in the case because we heard from a private banker for Bank of America who said he was supposed to meet with the Cochrans that day with Natalie and Michael about maybe starting a business relationship or private banking for high net worth individuals. But apparently in an interview closer to the time of these events, Jason said something pretty different. What he said was that Natalie told him Michael had been planning on hanging out with Jonathan and Jason that day. Apparently Jonathan and Jason were building a hangar and Michael was going to come help hang out with them while they did that, or maybe help them do it. And the state left it at, that's quite different, isn't it? Which it clearly is, but I just was confused about why that matters. I wasn't really clear about why we were learning about that. So that may be something we'll watch for future trial days and see what happened. Now, cross-examination cross-examination went next. Of course it would, and talked about the week before Jason got sick, and they were trying to get, the week before Michael got sick, they were trying to get the witness Jason to say that there had been other signs that Michael was sick that week. We heard from Natalie at the sentencing in her federal case that he had been sick. We understand that the prosecution believes that he had been sick for a substantial period of time leading up to this, meaning several days, that he had had worsening episodes. We heard that maybe he had confusion while he was out shopping with Jason and his business partner, Jonathan, and maybe they were out. He couldn't remember who drove or where they had parked and just got a little confused. Although, if remembering where you parked is the sign, then I am not doing particularly well either. I never remember where I parked. So the defense really tried to get him to talk about that incident, but it ended up just being kind of muddled about when it happened. It may have been earlier. It may not have been directly connected to this particular incident. So that was when it happened. And the witness dropped an absolute bombshell right in the middle of the trial day. The defense says Michael was hospitalized, several times during that year before February 6, 2019, the day he was found on the kitchen floor and when 5 days later he passed away. Now, the dates got all kind of jumbled up on the cross of this witness, and Jason said that back in November, Michael had gotten into black mold and complained of dizziness, and that was probably what led to his November illness. It was a little unclear. After that, he kept complaining of feeling sick, said Jason. Jason said he doesn't really know if it was in January or February, though. It might have been more December. So he wasn't really clear that it was connected. Then there was a question about whether in February, Michael said he felt another episode coming on. And Jason said, no, I don't really recall that. And then said, Michael said he felt like he had been poisoned. Now, of course, when something like that drops in trial and you're not expecting it as an attorney, the absolute worst thing you could do would be to repeat it, right? Because then it really imprints on the jurors' minds. But the attorney was so stunned, he just couldn't help himself. And he said, he felt like he had been poisoned. All right. And then he moved on. But why is that so bad? It's because the defense has been saying that Michael died because he was very sick. They believe part of the proof is that Michael had been in the hospital before in October and then again in November. And there was apparently one other time as well, the date I'm not as clear on. So all that going in and out of the hospital, they say, is proof that he was sick, not because Natalie poisoned him, but just because he was sick. And if he died of being sick, not because Natalie poisoned him, then the defense wins. Natalie is not a murderer. Natalie did not do this. But what if all those times he was sick were at least in November, October 31, and then he was hospitalized again in mid-November? What if all of those times were just poisonings because Natalie poisoned him more than once? What if this wasn't the first time? That could turn the entire defense argument on its head. And that's why what the witness had just said was so critically important, because it was really the only hint we had that maybe what had happened earlier was related to what happened later and could have been the defendant Natalie's fault. Otherwise, it had been a similar situation, but that was all moving in favor of the defense. And now for the first time, it was moving more in favor of the prosecution, or at least conceivably could be. Now, Jason did note for the jury that there were some differences between what happened in November and what happened the final time that Michael got sick in February. For example, in November, Michael never lost consciousness. He was talking, he was coherent, not coherent in the sense, but he was able to be understood. Jason said he doesn't really know exactly what landed him in the hospital in November. He doesn't know whether Michael had a seizure, but what we just heard is pretty different, because in February when he got sick, he wasn't responsive. He didn't talk to anyone after that initial fall on the floor. So the defense made some headway with a practical argument, though, that Jason had estimated that Michael weighed 200 pounds. And then the question was, well, if he was injected with poison in bed upstairs, a single person, just Natalie, would have to drag him downstairs all the way to the stairs and into the kitchen. There was an objection that it was speculative and it never fully got answered, but honestly, it didn't need to be, because the point had been made. Everyone could sort of imagine that would be very hard for Natalie to do, to bring him downstairs, drag him down the stairs when she's petite and he's 200 pounds. And Michael would probably have been pretty banged up, bruised up, would have been kind of noticeable if that had happened. So what is this about? What's this argument about? Well, the defense is arguing that if Natalie injected Michael with insulin, he wouldn't just suddenly keel over. He'd have 15 minutes or so to be outraged that she just injected him with some needle, to try to figure out what it was, to be upset with her, to call 911, to demand help because she wouldn't tell him what she had just injected him with. So the state asked a question yesterday to the effect of, well, okay, what if he was asleep or drugged? Maybe he didn't know he had been injected with insulin. And the defense is saying, well, what if it was true that it took 15 minutes, but the reason he had no idea he'd been injected was because it couldn't have, let me rephrase that. The defense is saying it couldn't be while he was asleep upstairs because he was on the kitchen floor when everybody saw him. So he had to have made it downstairs. And they were assuming either he got injected right there and fell to the ground, or if it took 15 minutes, she would have had to drag him down there. But I do think there's a little bit of a gap in the argument, because the defense also argued it was going to take 15 minutes for this to act. And so wouldn't it be possible for the state to be right that he was injected with insulin while asleep, woke up, and then came down and got in the kitchen, fell on the floor after it had been 15 minutes? So it seemed to me like it was possible, probably not super likely that he had been injected upstairs. One of the things that we have heard talked about by some of the witnesses is that Natalie may have normally given him his medication. So maybe she was used to injecting him with things, and maybe it wouldn't have surprised him if that's what she did. But I have so many questions left around this whole issue. Natalie sent out reports about Michael's blood sugar during the day, and those numbers were way different, like 5 times higher than what his blood sugar was when he got to the hospital. So I wondered, how was she measuring that? Doesn't that require a stick? Those of you who know, I think you have to actually draw blood, right, for a test. And why would Natalie have such a tester, such a checker in her home if no one in her family had diabetes? She was a pharmacist, but that doesn't necessarily mean you have a glucose monitor lying around your home. Why would you? And I also wonder, why did Natalie think she should check Michael's blood sugar? So it just seemed to me like that wouldn't be something people would normally do in a situation like this. Taking the blood pressure, taking the temperature, those things would be kind of more normal, but checking blood sugar seemed a little different. And I just wondered how she did it. And they haven't really gotten into any of those sort of practical points. Now, Jason did say he saw Natalie checking Michael's blood sugar. I'm not sure whether he meant on the day of the event. I assumed so, but I wasn't clear on that at the moment. So the defense also asked Jason about Michael being a bodybuilder. And Jason said, yeah, Michael really cared about his physique, his body. He liked feeling healthy, sort of implying that this wasn't taken to a crazy level that made no sense. Jason said he did not know if Michael took a lot of pills. He did take, and the defense lawyer got him to agree to, all kinds of supplements to increase his vitality and physicality. He said he didn't know what those were. He didn't know how many he took. And Jason said, no, I never witnessed. The question was, did you ever witness Michael taking 30 to 35 pills at a time? And he said, no. But remember, from what we talked about yesterday, that implants in the jury's mind the idea that maybe he took 30 to 35 pills at a time. Just this witness didn't happen to see it. But so far, we don't have any evidence that he did take that much. It may be coming. We just don't have that evidence yet in the trial. Now, Jason said Michael never talked about injecting something into his body, some kind of medicine, anything like that. And when it came to Cochran's 2 businesses that were implicated in the Ponzi scheme, Jason said that Michael said he would research the government contracts online and then send them to Natalie, and she would work on them and bid them. So let me go ahead and say thank you to JB Kidsco for the super chat. I appreciate it. And the other defense attorney acts like he does not want to be there. I just think he's a more understated attorney. They are so different. We're going to talk about that in just a minute. They have radically different styles, the 2 defense attorneys. So that's just, I think, the way they are. And Bama Queen has been a member for 11 months. That is awesome. Thank you, Bama Queen. I appreciate that. That's exactly how long we've had members. So she's been in since the beginning. Thank you, Bama Queen. All right. So this is what the prosecution is arguing. The prosecution is arguing that Michael really didn't know a lot about the Ponzi scheme because he didn't know a lot about the businesses. Natalie was running the whole business. That was the motive for her to kill him, was because he was finding out or about to find out about what she was doing. They were going to have this meeting with the Bank of America, and she had to prevent that meeting from happening because Michael was about to go read the riot act to Bank of America and say, how dare you not release our funds? And if you won't release our funds, then we're outraged about that. And there's no reason for that. And at that point, Michael was going to learn the truth. Now, there's a little question around that because they also put up someone who said this meeting at Bank of America wasn't about releasing funds. The meeting at Bank of America was about a private banking relationship, a special banking relationship, because they claim to be high net worth individuals. So there's a little bit of contradiction there. But basically, the prosecution idea is Michael, very little involved in the Ponzi scheme, and was about to find out this is the motive. Natalie was in charge. But I do want to say that I don't really think that the argument that he just looked up contracts online that they could bid on and then pass those to Natalie, I'm really questioning that particular line of that particular argument. And here's kind of my thinking. It would be wildly different amounts of work for them. Because these contracts are online, you can go to websites that list them and you can search by various criteria and you could say, okay, these are the ones we'd be qualified for. I can see where that's could be a substantial amount of work. But when you compare that to everything else, it's not all that much, because after that, you would have to fill out all the paperwork. You'd have to get estimates on the cost of the product, manufacturing it, if that was how you were going to prepare the product. You'd have to figure out the amount you were going to bid. You have to prepare the proposal, negotiate it if there's an issue around that. And then you have to negotiate the contract itself if you are awarded it, to get the exact wording. You have to write out specs for the product as it's manufactured. You have to buy the product. You have to ship the product. You have to field complaints and questions about how to use it. So they both had quit their jobs. It just seems like that's really unfair for him to just be searching online and picking out a few items, and for her to be doing everything else. It seems unrealistic for them to be that different. And so I don't know about that argument that he was not involved at all. I'm not even sure they need to make that argument. I don't know why they have to go that far. I know they want a motive. I'm just not sure if they are picking the exact right one. So the witness did make a point that he only knew about the problems like brain swelling that Michael was having because Natalie kept telling him things. And the defense was kind of put out by that, finding it really hard to believe that Jason never asked his buddy Michael more questions, because they did hang out, were apparently buddies. Now, Jason did admit that Michael really did not want to go back to the hospital. Natalie had told multiple people that day while Michael was lying on the couch that, he don't want to go to the hospital. He'll be mad when he wakes up and he'll be very upset. So then we had our second and only witness for the day. And Nina, thank you very much. Nina is frustrated with the state. It has been it's an interesting trial. So thank you, Nina, for your comment. I really appreciate that. So the second and only other witness was Joseph Stevens. He worked at works currently at the FBI lab in Quantico, Virginia. He's a chemist forensic examiner. He has worked for the FBI for 8 years. And before that, he worked for the Secret Service for 10 years. He's worked with insulin. He's been given competency tests on analyzing insulin, the chemistry of it. So he was tendered as an expert, and the defense did no voir dire, which is asking questions to see if the person's really an expert, did not object. And that was a very wise choice. Trying to get an expert excluded when they're from the FBI and Secret Service, they've been trained in this exact issue, is really going to be difficult. So I thought that was a wise move. Just let it happen. It's clearly going to happen. So he told us that he received 4 items, a box, and then 3 vials. And he was asked to analyze the unknown liquid inside each of those vials. And what he found was pretty interesting. I'm going to see if I can share my screen. I haven't made it. Let's see. Okay, I'll stop that screen share and see if I can share another. Darn it. I didn't make it into a PDF. here's what I'm going to do that really quick so we can talk about it. Because I know what happened. I may have even made it into a PDF, but I had to shut everything down to try to get the internet to work. Hotels and internets. So let's see if this will open up for you. I would love to just show it to you without having to turn it into a PDF, and it worked, I think. Yay. Okay. So I did this little chart to kind of show you what was in each of the vials, because this is just a little easier for me to keep it in my head, and I thought it'd be easier for you to see. So there were the 3 vials, and for each of them, he divided it into 2 exhibits. The vial with the liquid, and then he took the liquid out so that he could analyze it. The first vial had methyl prednisolone acetate. That's what the label said. And that's actually what was inside the vial. Same for vial number 3. It had Humalog insulin Lispro, and it really had that. It said that on the label, and it really had that inside the container. Now, for what those are, the first methylprednisolone acetate. Now, I looked this up on the internet. I am no medical expert here, but it was a corticosteroid to relieve swelling and allergic reactions. So that's what the first one was. The third one, Humalog insulin Lispro, is for treating diabetes by controlling blood sugar levels. So that's its purpose. The most interesting by far was vial number 2, which was supposed to have one thing in it. It was labeled as one thing, but it had something entirely different inside it. Now, this hasn't been explained. We haven't taken that anywhere. I don't know if the prosecution is going to argue that there is some significance to that. So far, all we know is it's different. What it was labeled as was enclomiphene citrate. That would be for low testosterone in men or ovarian dysfunction in women, according to Chat GPT or whatever the AI for Google is. And then what it really had was glycerol and letrozole. Glycerol is just a solvent, a sweetener, lubricant. Letrozole, on the other hand, is for breast cancer for postmenopausal women. Now, there's been a lot of talk about Natalie and Natalie told lots of people that she did have cancer, but we at least heard, or in the transcript from the sentencing hearing for Natalie, there was a discussion by the judge about how she was faking cancer. This was just made up. She told everybody that, but it was really just to gain sympathy, and it was to convince them to let her out of things that they wanted her to do, or promises she made, like, oh, well, I'm really tired from radiation, chemo, it's been terrible. And so she was saying things like that, but didn't actually have cancer. So it hasn't really been explained in this trial yet. At this point, we have seen repeatedly in text messages and so forth where she said, I have cancer, and she's made statements like that, but we haven't really had it explained. I assume what was said in the federal court case was true, that she didn't really have it, but we'll have yet to find out a little bit more. So that is, I gave that to you as sort of a quick summary so you could see what it was. It took us quite some time to go through all of that. So the witness said that it is possible that one of the vials had been punctured and he couldn't really tell. So in other words, it didn't look to him like it had been, he couldn't tell anyway, it had been a tool, which would mean a needle. He couldn't really tell that. He talked about the defense lawyer in this point was the different defense lawyer. He had a much slower, less aggressive style than the other lawyer, who, by the way, was less aggressive today, I felt like. But essentially, it consisted, the cross-examination did, of trying to get the witness to support some of the defense points. That has worked very well with many of the other witnesses, but it did not work with this witness at all. For example, they were really hoping this witness would support their claim that you don't keel over right away if you get a shot of insulin, that it takes, 15 minutes, it takes some time. But this witness kept saying, look, I'm a chemist. What I do is test substances. I figure out what they are. I don't know. I don't get into how long it would take to take effect in the human body. Ask a doctor, all of that. So some of the points that they made were that the vials were not collected until 4 to 5 months after the death of Michael Cochran. But again, this witness didn't really know that. They were trying to make that point with this witness. What he could say is that he did not test these vials until 2 years or so after Michael had died. It was a substantial length of time. Michael died in 2019 and he died and he tested these in 2021. So the lawyer also tried to get him to talk about some details, like the fact that that methylprednisolone was found in a cabinet in the corner of the house. The defense has been suggesting throughout to numerous witnesses that maybe Michael had his own medicine cabinet with all his own personal medication, supplements, things like that he took that no one else had access to or went into. That would suggest maybe Natalie had nothing to do with giving it to him. But the objection was sustained because the witness did not know where the drugs that he was given were found. He just was handed these and started to test them. And the lawyer also tried to ask him, well, if Natalie had inflammation of the lungs, would that be a proper use of one of these drugs? And he said, ask a doctor. And kept it throughout. The objections were sustained because it really was outside his ability to testify to, outside the scope of what he had actually been brought in to testify about. There was a huge point that I thought they did make, which was that one drug. Remember the one that was different? There was one label and then a completely different drug inside that vial. That was found at a different place. They didn't explain what they were. The two that were exactly what they were supposed to be were found in the Cochran home. We found that out. But they gave us another address. Was it perhaps the office for their business? I don't know. But they gave us another address, and that was where that one that was different was found. The one that didn't match the label and the substance inside it. So was that at a second home, an office? Who had access to that? All questions that have not yet been answered within the trial. The defense was really frustrated that the witness wouldn't answer more. He had attached to his expert report articles that were sort of more generally about how insulin acts in the body. But he said he was just giving some general references, showing generically what insulin did, that he couldn't answer questions like how long it would take before it dropped you to the floor. Now, I did think it was kind of funny because if the other lawyer had the same witness, he would have immediately gotten up and said, now the sum total of your testimony is that you tested these vials, you tested this vial, and it had exactly what it said in it. And you tested this other vial, and it had exactly what it said in it. And you tested this third one, and they were different, but you don't know where it was found. It wasn't found in their home. You don't know how it got there, and you don't know if it had anything to do with Michael's death, right? And that would have been the testimony. It would have been a really different looking cross-examination because they did have such different styles. I think either can be effective, but with this particular witness, probably that style would have been more effective. This was a witness who was very committed to not moving outside his expertise. And so all the other techniques just didn't work with him. So one thing that I did think was a little odd was that the witness did not measure how much was inside the vials. I find that just bizarre. Why would he not do that? It seems like such an obvious thing. He took it out of the vial in order to test it, but he didn't measure how much was in there. He said, well, that's not part of our protocol. I wasn't asked to do that. So that isn't what I did. And the lawyer even said, well, why is that not part of your protocol? Why did you not do that? Which was the exact question I think everyone was wondering, but the judge the judge said, well, the objection from the state was, well, that's outside the scope. And the judge said, yeah, it pretty much is, because why the FBI has his protocol isn't really part of his testimony. But I thought that was hugely problematic, because it just seems like even in getting measurements of things, he would want to know how much was there. I just find it incomprehensible that he didn't measure it. The reason that matters so much is that there's question about, was it a full vial of insulin? In which case, this had nothing to do with Michael's murder. Maybe one like it did, but not this one. If it was full, if it had no puncture in the top, if it had never been used, well, then it wasn't used to kill Michael. But on the other hand, if what happened was it was partially used, and you would think this would be obvious, right? I'm going to show you some more pictures. Let me share another screen. I'll stop that screen and share another one with you. Here we go. So they showed this vial, and there we go. Now, this vial, to me, I was like, well, that looks full to me. It looks to me like, I don't know if you can see my cursor. I think you can there. It's a mirror cursor, but okay, right there. It looks to me like that's full, right? Okay. I mean, I think it is. I think it looks full. But then they showed the vial from the side, and suddenly I'm like, wait a minute, is that half empty? I can still see the line at the top, but it looks like there's another line lower down. So I don't know, was it full or not? And I am just absolutely gobsmacked that he didn't measure how much was in there, or even take a photograph where it was clear and obvious how much was in there. That really surprises me as much as it did the defense lawyer. I don't get it. So they also showed a photograph of the insulin vial in the refrigerator. Now, by my refrigerator standards, it was definitely not hidden. We had heard that it was hidden in the refrigerator, but not by my refrigerator cleanliness standards. It was in a basket on the refrigerator door, which I would call out in the open, but maybe I have a worse refrigerator than y'all do. So, and there was the witness was very clear that his testing was accurate, even if the vial was punctured. It was all fresh. It had the exact potency of fresh Humalog Lispro, which is the diabetes drug to regulate insulin. So he did acknowledge he had no way to know that the vial he was looking at was the exact one that was recovered 4 to 5 months after the death of Michael. He tested what they gave him. He didn't know whether it killed Michael, but obviously he could never have known that. He wasn't even asked, I don't think, whether he knew whether it killed Michael, but obviously he could not conceivably know that. He said he didn't know if it had been punctured or not. I'm running through my notes to make sure I covered everything with y'all. And again, I'm just shocked. I do not get that he did not measure the amount in there. That is really surprising to me. So at that point, we were through for the day. They had no additional witness. I'm not sure exactly what happened. The defense, though, asked for something really interesting. They said, we're having a slight problem with one of our experts, because this expert, we were wanting them to be able to be present, to actually listen while the state's expert on their subject testifies. Then they could help us deal with what we should ask that person. So they would help us on cross-examination of that person. That's the common thing that you would want your expert to be able to help you, because the expert understands, whereas you might not. So you, the lawyer, may not be able to come up with just the right questions. Ideally, you can have learned all of that before you get to trial, but when you haven't been given a lot of discovery, that can be really difficult. So in this particular, I definitely understand them wanting the expert to help them. So the judge said, well, they could just watch it on court TV, right? And court TV, the guy who runs the video for court TV, who is super nice guy, and he was like, there you go. He can watch it on court TV. But the defense counsel said, well, we want them to be able to, we prefer to do it by phone. And that way she can talk to us and say, okay, ask this and ask that. So a phone or audio hookup. So they're going to be doing that. So that tells us a couple things. We've got at least some experts, one or more for the defense, and that we have more to hear from the state. The defense tried once again to exclude that vial of insulin. The court said the court will continue to deny all of those motions. So that was not something that they were able to successfully get. The evidence is light in the case. That is one of the things that the defense is talking about and is showing. So I am, let me answer a few questions over here. I'll also answer some questions from the chat. If you would put question marks at the beginning of your question, it will help me spot yours in the chat. So, and I also have some pictures to show you from around West Virginia. I also ate at Tudor's Biscuit World today. I'd heard about that, and may I say, fully deserved all the recommendations that I got for it. Amazing biscuits. When you pull up in the drive-thru, they say, "Would you like a biscuit or bread?" I'm like, what, do I look crazy? I just came to Tudor's Biscuit World. I'm not getting bread. I am getting a biscuit. And so it was great. Loved it. Okay, so Brandon is saying that letrozole is also used illicitly by bodybuilders in conjunction with peptides and steroids to block estrogen and potentiate testosterone. Interesting. Okay. I assume that the defense is going to have some experts to talk about stuff like that. That's really interesting. I don't know anything about those and how they might be used. So thank you for that. And we will hope to find out more. Marvin's mom says, I speculate he used steroids for muscle building and his wife gave him that injection regularly. That's how he let her inject him. And then she put insulin in the injection to kill him that time. I think it's possible that that is an argument that the prosecution could have made, that it was very, it was something that was customary, that it didn't surprise him at all that she did this. And so, yeah, I think it's possible. I think we'll see. I don't know whether anyone will make that argument, but I do think that that's possible. Brandon saying you can purchase more on all the things you can purchase. You're really challenging me here. I'm reading these. Anastrozole, letrozole, peptides, and steroids online legally as research chemicals shipped right to your door. Many bodybuilders do this, and this can lead to cardiomyopathies. So, wow, okay. And there was tons of talk about all the supplements he took. I think the jury will have to wrestle with that. It's going to be significant. Chico, Karen loves this case. I am so glad. I'm so glad. Thank you all for watching this. I really appreciate it. Let me ask one thing too. I always forget. Would you hit the like button and would you subscribe to come back for more? We would love to have you back. And one last thing I normally don't ask, but if you would send this out to other people, thus far the case has not really gotten the attention that I think it deserves. Fascinating case, important case, lots of important issues. And if you would send that out to a couple of people you think would be interested, that would be awesome. KS has gifted 5 lawyerly memberships just in time for, let's go ahead and talk about our members only event. Today, I had the opportunity to interview the reporter for the local news station I mentioned earlier, Jessica, and talk to her about some of the early things when she first learned about the case, because she was on the case in 2019 as a reporter for a local newspaper. She's since shifted over to the television side. So it was a great interview. What I'm going to do is drop that for members only on Sunday. And then on Monday morning, I'm going to open that up for everyone. So, but it'll be available for members only early on Sunday night. So I will look forward to that. And then, so that will be our members only event. Looking forward to that. And we will go live per regular on Monday night. It's a holiday, Martin Luther King Jr. Day for those of us in the United States, but and we won't have court, but I'm going to go ahead and go into some of the issues that I've been talking about earlier related to that hearing at the sentencing for the federal case, because I thought there was some really important information in that and wanted to go over that with you. So thank you so much, KS, for gifting 5 lawyerly memberships. If you can join by hitting the join button right beside where it says lawyerly, or if you are on your iPhone and you don't see a join button, you can go to Safari browser, open up YouTube that way, go on your computer, and you'll be able to join, no problem. Okay, so let's head over and see what questions people had. I am going to look, I got to back up a little ways. Whew. Okay, so I am, okay, I think that's about it. I'm going to go that far back and we'll see. So Green Bay wanted to, Green Bay asked, why does the defendant go up at sidebar? It's something the judge requests. I've actually heard him say, will the defendant and the attorneys come up? I don't know if it's this judge, if it's all of West Virginia. I don't know. I've never seen it before, but it's very unique. It's different from what I have understood. Okay, Joy asking me, is it common for the defendant to go to sidebar? I've never seen it before. It was new to me. Okay, there's Mama Pinks telling everybody to put your question marks at the beginning. That really does help me. Beth, did I get called out from the judge while he was giving the jury instructions for the weekend? We have social media interests. I didn't hear that. I was sitting there. I didn't hear anything. And by called out, I just mean, did you get mentioned, right? I think of called out as, did you get in trouble with the judge? Wow, I really hope not for that. But as far as, I didn't hear him mention it, but that would be really great. I'm going to have to go back and listen. Maybe it was something I couldn't hear. How is the jury reacting? Says, just be nice. I am not seeing, well, first of all, I'm trying to watch 20 things at once and take notes. So I'm more focused on some of the other things than just straight on the jury. And where I'm sitting, not so easy to see them. I haven't seen really strong reactions, but I have seen everybody being really attentive and paying attention to everything that's been said. Big Dog, the defense lawyers, I didn't know this before, the defense lawyers are appointed. There was a letter from Natalie saying she could not afford them. That would probably make sense since her assets were forfeited as part of the federal investigation, at least maybe some of the state investigation too, but I don't think she would have anything left. And so the defense lawyers have been appointed. What was explained to me by one of the local reporters is that in a capital case, you get 2 attorneys. And so that's why she is allowed 2 attorneys. So that was something I've been wondering about too. So Verified Vegan had the exact same question. Keith, is she still in jail for the crime she was charged guilty of? And Keith, the answer is yes. She's in federal prison and she pled guilty to 2 counts that were related to that Ponzi scheme. And she is in prison for 11 years and 3 months for that. Under federal sentencing procedure, that would normally be she'll serve 85% of that. She started her sentence, I think I looked it up and it was like 22, something like that. So she's been in prison for a couple of years. Bama Queen wants to know, who is the man who rolls around to talk with the defense lawyers? And if you mean the man who sits right behind the defense lawyers, I understand he's an investigator. I haven't yet introduced myself to all of the attorneys, but I do need to do that. Jillius wanting to know, why does she go up the sidebars? He invites her. The judge says, come on up. So I guess it's normal. Oh, interesting. Jen Kestrel says, was wondering, should the chemist have been wearing gloves handling the vials during his testimony? Interesting question. There was a question to him about, well, were there fingerprints on them? And he said, well, I'm not in charge of fingerprints. That went to somebody else. Probably wouldn't matter in that if there was testing, it was already done. Plus, when you think about it, after the vials have been in the refrigerator for 4 months. I mean, I would think everybody's been in that refrigerator. There's no telling how many fingerprints would be on that. So, but he didn't have gloves. So that is an interesting point. Typically, that would be something a lot of prosecutors would want, just to be really careful. Nobody asked me if there are any lesser charges, like could she be found guilty of neglect or something for not giving him aid or taking him to the hospital? That is just a brilliant question, nobody. I need to find that out. I don't know the answer. That is a great, great question. Irish Amy, do you think and I think the answer is no, but I want to make sure before I just say that. Irish Amy, do you think the defense attorney's different approaches is a tactic, kind of a good cop, bad cop thing? And thank you for your nice comment too, Irish Amy. I think they're just different people, and I think they just have different styles. I don't think that they intentionally say, I'm going to do it this way, you do it that way, we'll be able to persuade the jury that way. I just think that's how it is. That's how they are and who they are. All right, let's see. Denise asked me, what do you about the defendant going up the sidebars? Everyone noticed that, and it is very unique and different. Sorry, I have this hair that's driving me insane. Okay, Free Spirit Christina asks, how was the defense team able to exclude the Humalog insulin bottle? It seems so relevant. I think it did come in because they asked specifically, let's keep this whole insulin thing out, and the court said, no, I've ruled before. I'm over that. I'm denying that, and I'm still denying that, and I'm going to continue to deny that. The judges made the decision that is coming in. I do understand their point. It was so far removed, and there's so little proof. Can't even. They need a lot more. I assume people are going to come to say whatever officers, whoever was sent out, will come and say, I took out the vial, I found it here, I photographed it. This is how much it had in it. That sort of thing. We do need that. I think that needs to be presented. All right. Hey, Mona asking, doesn't it seem like a weak prosecutorial case so far? I think it's very light on evidence. This is very much a circumstantial case. The prosecutor leaned right into that in opening, and he said, look, I'm not bringing fingerprints and DNA. I'm not bringing anything like that. This is a circumstantial case, but circumstantial is good enough. And under the law, you can convict her on that. So that's what I think he's going for. Was his blood sugar 21? Pinky asks. And I need to say thank you to Pinky. I assume this is the same Pinky who sent me. Have you noticed we don't have like that crazy circle that I have banished the offensive ring light? And she sent me some stuff on how to maybe fix my lighting, and I redid things, and I think it's a lot better. At least I don't have that big ring on either side of my glasses. So thank you. That was Jeannie Pinky who sent that. So I assume this is the same Pinky who's asking a question. And yes, that's what I understood. And it really made no sense because she was testing his blood sugar throughout the day, and it was fine. It was like 100. And suddenly he goes to the hospital, it's 21. Wow. I would like to know, if you put all her text messages together, what was the last time she wrote somebody and said, this is what his blood sugar was? And if it was 100, is it conceivable for it to drop to 21 in the course of however many hours it was? I just would be interested in that. And maybe we'll find that out. That may well be to come. Overstem for sure says, would you recommend a local going to check out the trial? I can't decide if I should go. You can always watch it on court TV. So that is a real advantage of something like this particular one. You don't have to go. You don't have to be in person. You can just sit in the comfort of your home and watch it. And that's a huge advantage, and something I think we all owe a debt of gratitude to somebody like Court TV who will come and televise it, and we'll do that because it enables it to be public. So you don't have to. Obviously, I enjoy going to the trials. And so that's what I'm doing. So I guess it's a little hard to answer that for you. I really enjoy it and have learned a lot. So verified vegan, were the jurors sleeping during cross? The defense lawyer speaks on half speed. So I didn't see anybody sleeping, but I wasn't, vigilantly watching for that. He definitely was slow. It was fortunate because it was in the morning. If it had been after lunch, maybe, tougher for everybody. It's always easier for jurors and anyone to fall asleep after lunch. Nina Stanek, what was the other liquid which wasn't consistent? So it was labeled in clomiphene citrate, and inside it were glycerol and letrozole. So, and if you back up, I put up a chart to show you what the drugs were. So back up a little bit and you will see that chart. In fact, well, no, that's fine. Okay, so, Chicken Tender is asking people to hit the like button. I would really appreciate that. That would be great. It would help the video get out to more people. Baby Renee, in 2020, Fedwire fraud trial, when Michael's parents testified, did either say exactly when they learned they would lose their own savings and house, or was this about to be exposed? So what they said at that point, and that's one of the things I'm going to go over in the video Monday night. I'm going to go over what the mother said. She's not going to testify at this trial, and I'll tell you why I think that's a loss when we covered this on Monday. But one of the things she said was that they had no idea about any of this until the Fed showed up at their house and started telling them that, hey, this is a Ponzi scheme and your son may have been murdered. That all of this kind of happened at once. They were just hit with all this. They were, in fact, about to sign a contract with Natalie, and all of this was about to happen. You'll hear all of that on Monday night. So be sure to hit the notifications on your subscription to the channel so that you get notice of that. But if you just want to remember, it's at 7 p.m. Monday night. You can always watch it after it loads on video, but would love to have you live. Alpha Fox Adam is saying the contractor said that Mike didn't want to go to Raleigh General Hospital. They did say that. That's true. It's horrible. Jurors there get it. Oh, interesting. Okay. So they did talk about General Hospital. I didn't even hear that it was Raleigh General, but that made more sense. I thought that was such a strange name for hospital, just General Hospital. It's like the show on TV. But so that's interesting. You're saying he was saying, I don't want to be taken there, as if it to distinguish that from others. There were numerous witnesses, though, who said in general he didn't want to go to the hospital. So I think that the jury will probably likely conclude, yeah, okay, he didn't want to go to the hospital. Now, that's different from nobody takes him when he desperately needs it. After all, he asked for a ride in November. And so when his friend took him, he wanted to go. So you can kind of assume that when it got bad enough, he would really be interested in going. Let me head back over here. Bone Mama. Oh, well, thank you. Celebrating Lee's fabulous hair. Thank you. I appreciate that, Bone Mama. Thank you very much. And Coles is, thank you. Another nice message. I really appreciate both of you. Thank you. Okay, wasn't there a hospice nurse that testified today, Bud B asked? That was yesterday. And you can watch, I'm covering the trial day by day. So you can watch yesterday's video. I go live every night at 7-ish p.m., depending on how late the court goes. And so you can watch that back and you can hear all about the hospice nurse who testified yesterday and what she had to say. This is a good point. Beth Hammer says, can you see the judge calling Sarah Boone up to sidebar? So I don't know about Sarah Boone in particular, but the one that ran through my mind, remember the defendant who launched himself across literally leapt up over the bench and like grabbed the judge and they pulled him off. Huge video. Viral video. I thought, imagine inviting some defendants up. You would be afraid as a judge. So I wondered if there's some discretion about it, like some defendants get invited up and others definitely not. I kind of wondered about that. Nene Love asks, have I ever heard of steroid-induced diabetes? No, I haven't. I don't know. I don't know a lot about diabetes, and so I'll probably learn more through this. I've really appreciated the people who have written me and given me more information. Thank you for that. TXRN asking about someone sitting behind the defendant who asked not to be mentioned or to be involved. So I won't say anything more than that. But I understand the question. Some nobody just has questions. Free Spirit Christina. How is it? Okay, so we've already answered that. I think the insulin bottle is coming in. Some nobody. Are there lesser? Okay. Did I maybe go back up to the top? I think I've answered most of these. Somehow they seem to be repeating. I probably accidentally went further up. That is probably what happened. Let me move down a little bit. And I really have enjoyed all the comments people have sent about areas of law or areas of medicine that they know something about. So I always appreciate that. Rosie says, seems to draw some similarities with Tammy Daybell, with the spouse thinking, oh, they have some medical issues. I could pass this off as natural death. It really reminds me of several cases, including the Corey Richens case, because of the issue about whether or not the spouse poisoned the other spouse and all of that, and kind of the very, very circumstantial evidence without a lot of physical evidence to support it. Was Michael, when Michael was excused, what did they find? Ruthlin says, when Michael was excused. I'm not sure what you're asking me. Maybe I'll rephrase that. And sometimes as I'm reading through it, it's maybe totally obvious to everybody else, but when you're reading it and you're trying to talk at the same time, it's not always that easy. Free Spirit Christina says to drop that low. It seems suspicious. It seems suspicious and fast. That is really, really low, because before he was in the normal range at 100. I think that's what they said in opening. I think I'm remembering my numbers correctly. So we will, but there will be some experts next week who will give us those details. It'll be great to learn that. Sharon Stacy asks, is there plenty of seating? No, there is some seating. There are still some seats left, but it is a tiny courtroom. It is very, very small. So there is not a lot of seating. Amy wants to know, how did she come under suspicion for this crime? Was it because of the financial crimes, or did a friend contact the police? So I believe yes, and you will learn more about that on the video that I'm going to drop Sunday night as a members first, and then it will be available to everybody on Monday morning. So that video will talk about how exactly the case broke, and it sort of broke with, believe it or not, the baseball fraud. It turns out it may be football instead of baseball. Little League, anyway. We'll just say Little League. All right. Wendy Hook asking me what drugs were in his body when he got to the hospital. Don't they know? They really don't know a lot of information. That's what I gather. We haven't had the witnesses come yet, but they did test his insulin and found upon autopsy and found it to be really low. But I'm very confused about that, because we don't have the evidence in yet. We don't have the medical evidence from the hospital. We don't have the evidence from the autopsy. So we will just have to find more of that out. Anna wants to know about guilty or not. I usually, Anna, try to hold off on that so that people can form their own opinion. So what I try to do is just present what happened at trial, and then people can make their own opinions. I call some balls and strikes, but I try not to express an opinion on the actual case. All right. So CJ asking me if she's guilty. Are you ever surprised by people's short-sightedness about getting caught? Always, always surprised by that. Yes, always. At least I don't have to get up at 4 a.m., says Anna. Yes, that is a huge, huge relief. Yes, it is. All right. Angie asking, have you made it to Tamarack? No, and I really am looking for that. So, in fact, let me go ahead. Says, do I want to leave the studio? No, I do not. I'm going to add these to the stage because I want to show you some pictures. Because we got out of court early, my dad, who's with me, and I drove around and saw some of West Virginia. We went over to the newish national park here. I mean, look at this place. It's crazy beautiful, huh? That's ice coming off some rocks right beside the road. It's really beautiful. Huge things of ice. And that's a babbling brook you see there running through the snow. Just absolutely gorgeous. So I just wanted to celebrate West Virginia because it's a beautiful place. Almost heaven, as several people have pointed out to me. And as the song says, it is really, really pretty. So I will look forward to the members only event will be Sunday night, and I'll look forward to seeing absolutely all of you, everybody else, on Monday night at 7 p.m. Really looking forward to it. See you then.
Those things are like mini hacks. I can imagine you like Erin Hack. Hang on, where's it gone? Like those things. I just see the yellow things and I just think of you, Erin. They're tiny, the yellow. They must be Erin Hack. All right. I listened to the last like 5 minutes of that. I hope you all enjoyed it. Back to Dennis's junk now. Excuse me. Right. Erin, hack. All right. Thank you, loyally. Go and give her a subscribe or whatever. Thanks for her work. I don't underestimate. It's always nice to have insight, isn't it? From within court. And I'm not somebody that's fussed about whether you're a lawyer or not. I just like to get the insight from the court, whatever your background is. I really don't care as long as you're into like trials. I think everyone's got a unique viewpoint of it. And as always, I like to look at things as a juror. So sometimes it's better not having views of lawyers. Right, here we go. Let me just share this bad boy. Bad boy, what you gonna do? Let me boost it for Deb before I do. Erin hack. Right, hang on. Let me share. You are my fire, my only desire, and I want it that way. Tell me why ain't nothing but a heartbreak. Tell me why. They boost it again. Right, what we doing? You all having lunch now, aren't you? I just had my dinner. I had a cowl, had the stew. I had like 2.5 bowls of it. It was gorgeous. Had too much bread though. That's the only problem. So it was healthy until I got the bread and a little bit of cheese out. But I only had fruit for lunch, so I think, and Snickers for tea. Damn. I thought I was going to say, whoa, we're eating so well today. Then the Snickers came out. So they're supposed to come back at 1:15. The jury's supposed to be at 1:15. They got technological stuff to do, like set up the screens and stuff like that for 1/4 hour, and then we should be ready to go at 1:30 Eastern, which is 6:30 UK time. I had a Nutty Buddy. Those things are delicious. Nutty Buddy. That's the same as Snickers, isn't it? It sounds like it. We learned off Wendy today about the scones as well, and biscuits are the same. Just the UK version is a little bit sweeter. So we have sweet, you have savoury. Wafer-like thing. Yeah, I do want to eat the candy, as you call it. The candy. Candy. Oh, down the tubes with candy. We'll go down the tubes with some candy in our pockets. In Minneapolis. Minnesota. I might have some, as we say, chocolate. But like you say, candy. Oh. Wafer-like thing, though. Yeah, I do look forward to that. And the thing that you want me to try as well, the big 7-Eleven thingy. I'm looking forward to that as well. Slushy, or whatever you call it. I do wonder how that works. You can pick your flavors, can you? What is in it anyway? When Sean, potential criminal, does my accent, I laugh my ass off. He's got it down. He's done enough of it. He's practiced it for so long. He's got it down. Yeah, I only do it now and again. I haven't got your accent down yet, but it's not dissimilar to my name's Erin Hack. I'm from Minneapolis. It's not too far from that. Boom, 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 boom. So, I need to look at that as well. Yeah, that slushy thing in 7-Eleven, that is... What is it? That gives you the brain freeze. What's it? Is it just ice? Ice, baby. Ice, ice, baby. And you choose a flavor or something. Slurpee. Yeah, what is it? What is oh, hang on. Let me just Google it. Slurp. Because your Slurpee is like probably kissing boys. Men, I should say, not boys. I'm a man, not a boy. Man, not a boy. Man, not a boy. Erin Hack, she drives a bus, yellow bus, yellow bus. Erin Hack, she drives a bus all day long. So you got soda fountain. Right, you stash some soda pop in the freezer, and then you turn frozen soda into a beverage. Oh, okay, so it's frozen ice, baby. Oh, there you go. As you said it, yeah, ice flavored slush. It's not really my thing. Do you know what I mean? I'm not really big into that, but because of hacks that told me, I will have it. Hello to you, Sean Doherty. Sean, how are we? How are we there in the Doherty clan? The household of the Dohertys. How are we, Sean? I hope you're well. Oh, a cup of deliciousness. A cup of deliciousness is from Sarah P. From Sarah P. Sarah P. Good. Thank you for a happy day, Sean. I'm glad. Glad to hear. Slurpees are nectar of the gods. It's like someone else you'd lick. Anyway, so what will be. We've got 10 more minutes to go, which I thought that would they be starting at 15:15, but here they are. Happy days, and the judge comes in. Hey, judge. Ooh.
All right. Are there any matters that we need to take up at this time out of the presence of the jury?
Just connecting Dr. Banerjee's office.
Okay. Are we squared away for the next witness, Mr. Truman, Ms. Acorn?
My understanding is that they have received the link and they are prepared to go forward when we allow them into the room.
Okay. And we need to connect Dr. Banner. Yes, if you don't mind.
So, Hack, you got sinuses. This is what I use for my sinuses. Sarah Peasy as well, so she can help out. You see that? Oh, fuck. Beccanese.
Thank you for calling the office of the chief medical examiner. If you know your party's extension, you may dial it now. To speak to an operator.
Oh, no, I don't do it on camera.
0.
Do you see that? That's what I take.
Please stay on the line while your call is transferred to the operator.
Neti pot. What the fuck's a neti pot? Let me Google neti pot.
Office of the chief medical examiner, please hold.
It's not a piss pot. No. Oh, you use that. Okay.
Sorry about that. How can I help you?
Yes, this is Colleen Brown Bailey. I'm the law clerk for Judge Kirkpatrick. And we are trying to get Dr. Kubicek here for a hearing.
Okay. Let's see. I can send you over to Jessica. Are you trying to schedule it or are you trying to get a hold of him now?
No, get a hold of him right now. He's supposed to testify.
Okay. Yeah, let me get you over to his number. Hold on one moment.
Thank you.
I don't think I need a neti pot.
This is Megan. How can I help you?
Megan, this is Tom Truman from the Raleigh County Prosecutor's Office. We're ready to hook up Dr. Kubicek on link. But
Okay.
let me explain to you, we have to have him mute his Teams microphone, and we have to go through the telephone. So whatever way is easiest for you to do that. He'll be on video, but the sound will come across the telephone.
Okay, let me put you on hold here for just a second so I can run back there and make sure he's in his office, and then that way I can get you transferred back to him, okay?
Thank you.
Thank you.
That's a little unsettling to make sure he's in his office.
More catchy home music.
Yeah, so I don't think my nose is that blocked. It's just a year. Doctor says it's from the nose up here. Do you know what I mean? So I don't think that netty thing would do any good for me. I don't think, because it comes across. Because I can't hear out my left ear then. Sarah Pease used a squirt bottle. I don't know too much, Sarah. The music's great. I got better music than this. Imagine if they came on with a Erin Hack. She drove the bus, yellow bus. That'd be better. Sarah, Sarah. You know, those songs would be better.
Driving down to pick him up.
Pardon?
Oh, they put them. Oh, damn! They've quietened the mic now. They're like, yeah, the mic's on, so turn it down. It's still lunch break. They aren't going to convene until 1:30. They were supposed to come back at 1:15 to do this. That's the victor's mother. Oh, okay. But yeah, they could have got a hold of this guy over the lunch break. Definitely. The setup I get, but don't be able to get hold of the guy. Jeepers. We're just waiting for a witness, one of the witnesses on Teams. They're going to try and find where he is. This is. But the thing is, the jury don't have a clue, which is fair enough. But
You've got another witness that you can use.
Is that the husband then as well? Yeah. Yeah. That's the husband. That's the father and mother of him then. Okay. Erin Hack has been in the weeds, people. She's been in the weeds there on her knees. She's used to being on her knees, but not of doing this sort of stuff. Oh.
Can you move that now?
Can we just mute the music? No, I like the music. He looks just like he does, Dennis Sweeney. He does. How's your teeth, Den? Are you is he starting to kick in now? Are you alright? Dennis, all we do is stare at your junk all day. Look at her. in your speedos. King Speedo Dennis. Oh, right. For anybody just joining, we're just waiting for a witness. They're on hold. Ridiculous. Like you are supposed to testify at a murder trial, and you are nowhere to be found.
Yes, we are.
Like a number to the desk that we're at. Can you guys call that number?
Sure.
Okay. You let me know when you're ready.
Ready.
304.
Oh, they muted it just in time. Just in time, they muted it.
And that should go straight back there to where his desk is.
You're supposed to have dentist next Tuesday. I think I can. Don't cancel.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
It's good to have a checkup on a dentist. Yeah, he implants dead, but that's fine. That's fine. Is that like false teeth? Best you could do was check up with a dentist, Robin G. I left mine for years.
Yes, sir. You're scheduled to testify by Teams in the Raleigh County case today?
Yes, sir.
Okay, we need to explain the technology of this because of feedback. We're going to put you on. You click on the Teams link, but then mute your microphone, and that way we'll get you video over the Teams link and the audio over the phone. Okay.
Okay. I'm already hooked up to your site, and the audio is on.
That can't be
They mute you for a second. Yeah, but you should still go, Robin, just because it's good for you. Because I waited like 4 or 5 years, and then also I had loads of stuff to do. But now I go every six months, and it's like, bang, it's good. Oh, okay, it's just one tooth. Okay, I just pulled mine out. I got like 3 pulled out. Here we go, chat. This is fucked up. This court doesn't have no technology at all.
Now my assistant is working on it.
Okay.
It's sitting. It's hooked up, but I don't know why it's not working.
Ask Sarah to come in. We can hear you, Judge. Buffalo Bills. Buffalo Bills, Mike. My kick, yeah, they've done well. Against the Kansas City Chiefs next, aren't they? Sorry, Lisa Reed with the Lions.
What about Dr. Banerjee? Do we need
And KD? Oh, what a great semi-final though in Bills against Kansas, the Chiefs then, and then Philadelphia Eagles against Washington. No, it's good. Aaron Hack, you are jinxed. But Vikings and then the Lions. Jeepers. At least the Lions have lost their offensive coordinator now, going to Chicago. So, that's quite good. Well, I'm not sure for Lions is quite good, but it's good for Chicago. Maybe. I don't know. Maybe he's not going to be that great either. I don't know. So I don't know. We shall see. Who's that young kid? Is he on like work experience or something like that? I'm not sure because I think
Kubicek, it appears that there might be something on your end.
Yeah, we're working on it.
Okay.
Trying to figure out something wrong with the camera.
I think this witness is very hard to get hold of by all accounts. Well, the court was supposed to start back 4 minutes ago, but we're late. Even though we were back at 1:15, we're supposed to be back at 1:30. I'll be on a cruise ship, keeping my fingers crossed. I win my squares. There you go, Lisa Reed. Always look on the bright side of life, Lisa Reed. Always look on the bright side of life. Doo-doo, doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. I hope so. My Chicago Bears need some serious help. Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure what he's going to be like as a head coach, though, Robin, but, you know, he's proved himself in the Lions. He deserves a shot. But the Lions have still got Dan Campbell.
Hello? Yes?
Yes, we're here.
Yes, I'm here. This is Dr. Banerjee.
Yes, hold on, doctor. We're trying to set things up.
No problem. I was just, someone asked if I was here. Thank you.
Thank you. Any headway, Dr. Kubicek?
Still working on it.
Okay.
Hey, Sue. Puppy training. Happy days. Hey, Lisa, how long are you on the cruise for? How long are we going to miss you? Do, 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 do. Always look on the bright
Still working on it, yeah.
side of life. Do, 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 do. Lisa Reed, she's gone on the cruise during Super Bowl. Lisa is gone for how long? I don't know how long. Do you say super chat? I don't know if he said super chat. Maybe he did. I don't know with these people. What's going on with these people? 7 days on the trip. 7 days. Lisa's gone for 7 days. Lisa Reed, she will be filming, or she'll find some film for us all. Lisa can find sex tapes for all. Lisa is a pro to find them. Lisa Reed, she's going on the cruise with Boeing. Lisa Reed, 7 days. Lisa is on a cruise for 7 days. Da, 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 da. Ba, 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 da, ba, da, ba, ba, da. Da, 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 da. Oh, we are waiting for the court. We are still leaving. Who's that young kid? I don't know. Working in the winter wonderland.
Yes.
Tu Maciek Wiktor z Polski mówi. Ja jestem jednym z prawników.
Witam.
A czy nie łatwiej byłoby tu przyjechać?
Dzisiaj?
Tak.
To był kłopot.
To byłby kłopot?
Tak, bo to ile? 2 godziny w jedną stronę.
Z Charleston? Nie, to tylko godzinę.
Godzinę?
Aha. All right.
We will try to fix it here. If not, within the next few minutes, I'll have to start driving. Będę musiał jechać.
Świetnie, świetnie. Dobrze. Dziękuję.
Dziękuję.
translate.
Translate. No, we're talking about possibility of me driving to your place.
Is there any possibility of that, doctor?
About 1 hour or so, hour and a half. I mean, if I have to, then I have to. You know, if they cannot fix the camera, I'll have to drive.
Okay. We'd love to have you here. Or if you could find another laptop to use, it probably would straighten out.
Yeah, sorry, Katie.
There's bound to be another one in your building that's free.
Oh yeah, my assistants are looking for a solution right now.
Okay.
No, they're talking some language. I'm not sure what it was though. The Caribbean sun on your skin loves it. You're gonna be tanned as fuck as well, aren't you, Lisa? You're someone that gets tanned as hell, I imagine. Mic kick, knee pads. Yeah. That's done. Bite your knees. Get back up, we buy you the kneecap. You guys just lucky that I can sing to entertain you. Ole, 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 ole. Let's put some songs on, shall we? Spacey says she just came back from Aruba. She did. Yeah, I wonder how tan she is. She's on a course now. Yes, a tan is. Do you use sunscreen then, or do you just use like oil? Because I know Americans, you're crazy. You just put like oil on yourselves. Burn me. Burn me. Like I'm like factor 50. Dana's a speedo man. Ole, 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 ole. Erin ha ha ha. Ole. Erin ha ha ha. Ole. Let's go, Erin ha ha ha. Ole. Erin ha ha ha. Ole. Oh, ho, 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 ho. Come on. What was he, about an hour and a half away? Imagine having to drive over here. Oh. Hey, Tracy V. Tracy V, she's a bee. She's a beekeeper. Tracy V, she's a key. She's a key keeper. This is embarrassing now. I mean, I get 5 minutes, but now it's starting to become a little bit like, come on.
Doctor, we're going to have to push this along a little bit. If you can't come up with another laptop, one alternative suggested by one of the experts in the courtroom was that you use your smartphone.
Using smartphone. I have a flip-flop phone.
Never mind, Doctor.
It's not a smartphone.
It's a semi-smartphone.
Yeah.
Oh, my days. It's because he was supposed to testify. He's a doctor, so he's working. So the judge has allowed everyone to testify through Zoom. Well, doctors and stuff like that anyway. I think all the experts are allowed to testify if they want to over Zoom. because I think he's got an hour and a half to travel. And I don't think he's going to be a massively long witness either. So, but I don't know. You'd think that you'd have checked this yesterday or last week, the test call, like, you know. Dee-dee-dee, dee-dee-dee. Yeah, do you guys use what do you call it? What do you call it? Suntan lotions and stuff like that. I wonder. I think, yeah, I'm not sure what the reason for. It's just Bev's preference, probably, to get in the car. Like some courts will not allow this at all. They would not allow experts to testify over Teams. And I think probably in Dedham, isn't it? Because Norfolk County, the technology. Can they have they got the capabilities? I suppose they do through Zoom. By I don't know, just Bev's preference probably. Some judges are like that, old-fashioned.
I'm getting right now smartphone from my assistant.
Okay.
That's true, Katie. No one with that amount of schooling, no one can figure out. I mean, this young kid, right, behind her, right? Surely, you're young. Surely, mate, you know how to fix this. You're young. When they were younger, I used 50. Now they want a bit of a tan, so they use 30. So I think I used 50, maybe 30 I use. I don't know. I never used, I mean, we don't get enough sun here. I might get some 30 for Boston, even though I probably don't need it, but still. Daffodil popped in, I saw. She's probably gone now. Robin G, riding through the glen. Riding all the men. Chasing all the men.
Okay, we got the smartphone.
Well, Doctor, you need to click on the Teams link and have your assistant forward the email with the link to the smartphone.
Okay.
And then she'll click on that and it's go.
Could you, can you get the link?
Fuck you know. You. I'm guessing this is why Judge Bev is like, no, I want everyone in the courtroom. I'm not allowing anybody to be on Zoom. For this exact reason, I think. Technology is great when it works. When it works. When will I be famous? Dana's famous. Dana's famous. Dana Leonard. He's a celebrity. He's a celebrity. What is she now? She's concentrating on something. She's eating something. Got thin lips. There you go. She's swallowing something. Cropped in a vase? No, I'm not. Well, I mean, I don't know. Obviously I don't get ads, so I can't answer that question. Sarah P is a good person to ask because Sarah P gets ads. So. For fuck's sakes. I could never switch back, Eric Hack. I could never. I pay something like $24, whatever it is.
Oh, you're on.
Yes.
Well, you were on just momentarily.
System, yes. System basically didn't recognize this camera for whatever reason, but I'm here. I'm there. We're still. Let me see. Oh, you're right.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
We can see you. Dr. Banerjee, can you hear me? Ooh, not a good sign.
I can, I'm on mute, but I can hear you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. We may be straightened out then. It's a miracle. Okay, are we ready to go?
I think so. Thank you.
Bring in the jury bailiff.
Yeah, I don't think I would choose. I wouldn't blame you if you went for a premium, Robin, to be quite honest with you. It's hard though when you got premium and memberships, I get it. But yeah, I think I would probably lean towards premium, to be quite honest. Yeah. There will be hopefully, well, I won't let the cat out of the bag, but there will be a trial coming up that we will do as no ads free. It'll be ads free. So I will not disclose yet. Sarah P must be working or pretending to work because she normally gets ads and she normally tells me when there's been too many ads. Oh.
Members of the jury, we have been wrestling with issues of high technology, as you might ascertain. I am the master of low technology, and this little baby is the limit of my abilities in terms of dealing with technological issues. I bought this at Walmart a few years ago, and I found that it's very convenient to give you guidance. It usually tells you yes, no, or maybe. And sometimes it comes into play every now and then. That's a joke, of course. We are ready to go forward now. We have the state's next witness on the board. Also, the defense expert is listening by telephone. If you'll call your next witness, please, Mr. Truman or Ms. Acorn.
Your Honor, the state calls Dr. Piotr Kubicek to the stand.
All right, Dr. Kubicek, would you please stand and raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
All right, you may be seated. Proceed, Ms. Acorn.
Doctor, can you hear me all right?
Yes.
Could you please state and spell your full name for the record?
My name is Dr. Piotr, Piotr Kubicek, Kubiczek.
And doctor, how are you currently employed?
I'm employed at the West Virginia office of the Chief Medical Examiner in Charleston, West Virginia. I'm first deputy chief medical examiner.
And about how long have you been a medical examiner?
I've been working here since 2017, so it's almost 5 years.
In your best estimate, about how many autopsies would you say that you've performed?
Correction, almost 8 years. I have performed altogether in my career more than 6,000 autopsies.
Dr. Kubicek, where did you attend school?
I attended medical school. It was Medical University of Warsaw, Poland. And then I studied graduate medical residency. It was pathology residency in Muncie, Indiana. This was Paul Memorial Hospital. Then I proceeded to study forensic pathology. It was my fellowship at Montgomery County Coroner's Office in Dayton, Ohio.
Do you have any work experience prior to being a medical examiner for the state of West Virginia?
Yes, prior to work here in West Virginia, I worked in Nevada. I worked over there at Clark County Coroner's Office in Las Vegas, and I worked at Washoe County Medical Examiner Coroner's Office in Reno, Nevada. And before that, of course, I worked at Montgomery County Coroner's Office in Dayton, Ohio. And before that, I worked at a residency program. It was Paul Memorial Hospital in Muncie, Indiana.
And are you currently licensed to practice medicine in the state of West Virginia?
Yes, I am.
Do you have any teaching experience?
Yes.
Could you just briefly lay that out for us?
Since my residency training, I've been teaching medical students and residents in practice of autopsy and pathology. And then now I teach the medical students practice of forensic pathology here in West Virginia.
And outside of that teaching experience, have you given any presentations in the field of forensic pathology?
Yes, it's a part of it was part of my work to give presentations. For example, in Nevada, about the cause and manner of death, different types of causes of death, and how they refer to manner of death.
Are you a member of any professional organizations or committees?
Yes, I'm a member of International Association of Coroners and Medical Examiners, and I'm a member of College of American Pathology, and I'm a member of Association of I'm American Society of Clinical Pathology.
Your Honor, subject to voir dire by the defense, I would request permission to treat this witness as an expert in the field of forensic pathology under Rule 702.
All right, Mr. Selden, do you wish to engage in voir dire of this witness?
I just have a few very brief questions.
Very well.
Dr. Kubicek, have you published any articles, books, or anything of that nature?
During my forensic pathology fellowship, I was co-author of article on toxicology involving pediatric population in Montgomery County. Besides that, I published, presented a letter to editor on injuries of residents that occurred during the autopsies. Basically, those are the most important articles or the presentations in journals.
All right, thank you. And Dr. Kubitschek is certainly acceptable as an expert in forensic pathology.
All right, the court declares Dr. Kubitschek to be an expert within his field of forensic pathology. You may continue, Ms. Akert.
Dr. Kubitschek, did you have occasion to perform an autopsy on a Michael Cochran on or about September 4th of 2019?
Yes.
And did you generate a report following that autopsy?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, I would like to have the autopsy report marked as State's Exhibit 20.
Okay. Thanks.
Now, doctor, that autopsy was performed approximately 7 months following Mr. Cochran's death. Is that right?
Yes.
Can you explain the long window between the death and the autopsy occurring?
Initially, Mr. Cochran's death was considered a natural death. So the hospital and the hospice actually did not report the death to us. Later on, law enforcement became involved, and it was determined that the post-mortem examination should be performed, and the court issued order for exhumation. And then I performed the autopsy on exhumed body, Mr. Cochran.
Did you review any outside medical records when you performed this autopsy?
Yes.
Can you review what those were for us?
There were records from Raleigh Hospital and then CMC Memorial Hospital, and those were the major sources of information.
And when you performed this autopsy, were you looking for anything in particular?
When we perform autopsy, we look for the evidence of natural diseases on the surface of the body, and then inside cavities of the body. And of course, we look for the evidence of injuries on the surface of the body, inside of the body. The body that I received in the coffin, it was already moderately decomposed, and however, it was also post status of embalming. And this kind of helped a little bit to preserve the internal organs. The process of embalming helped me to visualize better the organs in the body that was on the outside of this was more moderately decomposed. And I performed the, as I said, the external examination, internal examination, and I did find that he had cardiomegaly, that means enlarged heart, and obviously there were those decomposition changes present. And I sent out tissues that I obtained during the autopsy for toxicologic examination. Basically, the toxicology results showed that there was no alcohol, there were no common drugs of abuse. We also tested for heavy metals, and basically at that point, after reviewing the medical information, clinical information, after reviewing the autopsy findings, toxicology findings, I came to a conclusion that the cause of death is at this point undetermined. I could not find basically cause of death beyond certainly the medical science.
You answered my next 4 or 5 questions for me right there in that answer. Dr. Kubitschek, has anything come to your attention since originally performing the autopsy that would change the opinion that you offered?
No.
And had you been looking for anything specific at that time, as in this case, we're talking about exogenous insulin administration, would you have performed any different testing that you did not perform with the original autopsy?
Actually, no, because the body was already moderately decomposed. It was almost 7 months after the deceased's death. So, looking for areas of, for example, insulin injection or the presence of insulin in the deceased system was basically not possible at that time, because we have to understand he spent a few days in the hospital, and later on he was obviously buried. So lots of the evidence that would help to determine if there was actually insulin used was not available anymore during the post-mortem examination.
Thank you, Doctor. I have no further questions for this witness, Your Honor.
All right, cross-examination, Mr. Selden.
Could I have a moment to speak to my co-counsel?
Yes.
Good afternoon, Dr. Kubitschek. My name is Stanley Selden. I am co-counsel for Natalie Cochran, and welcome this afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Now, you conducted, I'm gathering from your answers, a very detailed and thorough examination of Michael Cochran's body when you received it, and it was exhumed 7 months after his death. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you said that you reviewed the medical records from Raleigh General Hospital and CAMC in the course of your autopsy. Is that correct?
Yes.
In your autopsy report, you have a list of diagnoses that I believe you received from the discharge report of CAMC. That's on page 5 of your report. Is that where those diagnoses came from?
Yes.
Okay. And the clinically documented diagnoses were that the decedent was unresponsive at home during unclear circumstances. That's the first one, correct?
Yes.
There was a reported prolonged time of unconsciousness, correct?
Yes.
You list in number 3 that there was use of testosterone augmenting supplement. Is that correct?
Yes.
Prolonged hospital stay, and then you list cerebral edema with hypoxic ischemic encephalopathy. That's fluid on the brain and swelling of the brain. Is that a correct interpretation?
Yes.
You list hypoglycemia at the time of admission. You do not know the cause of that. That's just the discharge note, correct?
Yes.
There was a history of seizure disorder and diagnoses, correct?
Yes.
And he was in a coma,
right? That's correct.
Now, there was noted in your autopsy and on these diagnoses that he suffered from cardiomegalia, which was an enlarged heart, correct?
Yes.
Okay. After all these exams, all this review of the medical records, your very thorough report and toxicology, etc., you found that the manner and cause of death was undetermined, correct? And undetermined means you don't know why he was deceased, and you couldn't tell from the autopsy, correct? That's all my questions. Thank you.
Redirect Ms. Akron.
Dr. Kubicek, you analyzed the organs of Mr. Cochran, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Did you locate any tumors on or inside of the body or on those organs?
No.
And the hypoglycemia that was listed in those records, would you consider that profound hypoglycemia?
Hypoglycemia is less than, I'm not really a clinician, not treating patients, live patients, but it was, at the time of admission was significant.
And the information that you received in the medical records, do you know the original source of any of that information?
There was testing done at the CMC Memorial, the follow-up testings. But that was the medical records, those were the sources of information. Obviously, I could not verify this during the autopsy.
Thank you, sir. I have no further questions.
Anything further, Mr. Selden?
Very, very good.
Go ahead.
Dr. Kubicek, the reason you couldn't find tumors, microscopic tumors, etc., because this body was 7 months old and the organs are the first thing to decompose. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
No further questions.
Anything, Ms. Acord?
No, Your Honor.
May this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you very much, Doctor. You are excused.
Thank you.
Call your next witness, please, Ms. Acord or Mr. Truman.
Your Honor, our next witness is currently on his way into town from Dallas, Texas. We do not anticipate that he will be here before the close of court today.
All right, and you have no one else that you could substitute?
Not at this time, Your Honor.
All right, members of the jury, you've heard that we've run out of witnesses for the day. And so we are still on the state's case in chief, which means that we will start back up in the morning and continue with the trial. I will try to have something good in terms of a snack for you in the morning. I think I'll spring for sausage biscuits, if that's agreeable for everybody. Does everybody like sausage and biscuits? Okay, I will have that for you in the morning, and it will be waiting on your table whenever you arrive before 9 o'clock. Please do not discuss the case among yourselves or with anyone else. This is a dangerous period because there is some great interest in this case, and I warn you not to watch any portrayals of the case on television, online, or hear anything on the radio, or read anything in the newspaper. All of those people will be trying to gather your attention, and you must resist so that you can make a fair and impartial decision at the end of the case. All right, enjoy your evening and your afternoon off, and I'll see you in the morning at 9 o'clock. You may follow the bailiff to your jury room.
Right, I missed that because I was making a coffee. What happened? What happened, people? Are we done for the day?
All right, are there any matters that we need to take up out of the presence of the jury at this time?
Yes, Your Honor, I seem to have slipped up one more time, and I would request that State's Exhibit 20 be entered into evidence.
No objection.
All right, there being no objection,
Okay, thanks,
State's
Robin.
Exhibit number 20 will be admitted into evidence.
Thank you, Robin.
Anything further on behalf of the defense?
Your Honor, nothing on the merits, but if we may have a little sidebar on the planning of the rest of the week here as far as witnesses.
All right,
I would
come out.
appreciate that.
There you go. We'll see what's happening for the rest. Well, they won't tell us. Sausage gravy biscuits for breakfast tomorrow. Whoa! Look at that. Jury are getting sausage, some cum gravy, and some scones. I don't suspect I will be trying that in Boston. I don't think Boston does it, but I do need to try it one day. Hey, Rebecca WV working hard in West Virginia. Rebecca's working hard in West Virginia. Tudor's Biscuit World is yummy. I eat bacon and melted cheese. Don't you worry about being behind. I know you ladies like it from behind, so it's all good. Right. Happy days. Better type that because Rebecca will know. Happy days, Rebecca. There you go. Right, so next witness is coming from Dallas. Oof. But Dallas is ice, ice, baby. Ice, ice, baby. Boom, ba-da-da-da-da-da. So yeah, so that's the end of today's stream then once they've done there. It would be nice if they told us. Why do you need sidebar for this? Just tell us what the fuck you do with your pieces of beep. What have we got tonight? I think we've got Amy's on tonight, and I think Resist the Silence are on tonight. So go support all the favorite peeps, and if they're on the same time, go and support them both anyway. Watch on replay crew. Obviously, we're not watching Resist the Silence for Dana. We're watching and supporting for Tracey. So make sure you do go, and make sure you do support Amy as well. Whatever time, I don't remember what time Amy's on tonight. Da 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 da. Ba da ba da ba ba da ba 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 ba. This is a trial that's a bit of a head fuck, isn't it? Do you know what I mean? I like it because I don't understand it. Do you know what I mean? Because everything to me doesn't make sense. Amy's on at 6 p.m. There you go. Thank you, Robin G. Dana, what time are you on tonight? 6:30, 7 o'clock, is it? Or 7:30? So there you go. There's 2 streams for tonight, people. Beep, 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 beep. And again, Resistance Silence at 6:30. Oh, they're clashing. Clash of the Titans. Clash of the Titans, but doesn't matter. You can watch both. Just watch one live or one on replay. Flick between both. I'm so glad Amy thinks we're a beautiful state. We really are. I like West Virginia. I think from what I know about it, so I follow Pat McAfee, and he used to go to West Virginia. He was a grad, West Virginia. So he speaks about West Virginia all the time and says how great it is. Blue collared, women are very pretty, nuts. Got its flaws, but you know, so does every other place. There you go. There's a link for Amy as well. 6 o'clock tonight. Dana and Tracey, and we got Amy. There we see country road. Take me home to the place where we belong, West Virginia. Rebecca, West Virginia, West Virginia. Da 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 da. Oh, the penguin doesn't look too happy. Bam bam ba bam wow wow. Bam ba bam wow wow. The moment we walk in the joint, bam, bam. Come on. I wish you would tell us what's going on. What's going on? So maybe Lawyer Lee tonight, I'm sure she'll be going live as well at some point. That's another stream for you guys to watch. Well, actually, I'd probably play it tomorrow. I think he's not been doing anything because I think he's... they obviously split up the witnesses, and I think they probably thought, well, it'd be good to have the experts with the guy that's calm and all that, because some of these experts, you can't rattle them. Do you know what I mean? They're just like, you can shout at them as much as you want. They're getting paid. They don't give a fuck. So him being like, oh, so aggressive wouldn't work on most experts then. But then his style is probably good against normal people because they're like, what the fuck? Get scared. Come on, the fucking hell, what's going on? Oh, hey, Daffodil. Daffodil. We're about to finish here, Daffodil, so we shall speak to you probably more tomorrow. We'll done tomorrow. I'd like to know where we stand, Judge. Please tell us where we do stand, how many witnesses. Why do you have to go cyber for witnesses and stuff? The moment we walked in the joint, I could tell you were a man of distinction, a real big spender too. Good looking, so divine. There they go, they're sitting on. Raleigh County. Raleigh County. Don't know where that is, but it's in West Virginia, I bet. I do wonder if she's got like a belt or something on.
A question for the folks that are filming the trial. We anticipate that a juvenile may testify in this case as early as tomorrow. And I would like to not portray that juvenile's face on screen. And I'm wondering if I can get some cooperation in that regard. The audio is fine. I've noticed in watching portrayals on TV that many times they're able to blur the face of the person that is speaking so that you wouldn't see the face. I'm inquiring of you folks directly if we could do that to protect the juvenile. Yes, sir. Okay. Can we do that? The juvenile, I understand, is 17 years old, not an adult, and very sensitive, perhaps. And we need to protect him as much as we can. Are we all agreed in that concern? Okay. I've got thumbs up from everybody and looks like we're okay. All right, is there anything else before we close out the day?
That's for the state, Your Honor. Thank you.
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you. Court is in recess.
There you go. I don't mind this trial and finishing early and stuff. I actually quite like it. Because the long days and stuff, they're too much. But this is quite nice to finish. You know, it's still been like a nearly 6-hour stream, like, you know. Dennis and his junk. Has anyone seen Bill? No, not seen Bill. Not since he blocked me and all sorts of stuff. Anyway, where are we with this? That's that done. That one's done. Happy days. Right, I think we're all done. Yeah, I don't mind these hours. I quite like it. Bill Blair, yeah. I mean, yeah. I'm always grateful to Bill for his contributions, but I think that it was a sour end in the end. Do you know the NBA basketball man was modeled after Jerry West, who was from? No. No, I didn't know that. Rebecca, you're trying to give us all the facts now, aren't you? Of what's good about West Virginia. I believe you. I think West Virginia is great. Jason Chen has been sentenced as well. Jury's made a decision if you're following that case. I won't spoil it because I don't know what it is anyway, so it's fine. No, I think it's quite good. Right, I think we'll end it there. There's no point going on and on for no reason. We will be back tomorrow, 8:45. I'll make the stream now. Whilst I've got spare time, I'll do that now. And yeah, it's a good one. So thank you, everybody. Love you all. And I'll see you in the morning. And with that, have a good evening. I've got nothing else to say, so I'm just going to end with it. Well, yeah. Look, I got nothing against. Like, you can all. It's just a personal thing. I didn't like the way he left it. But he might be back. I have no idea. I'm not going to go chasing. Like a lot of you, I would make sure that you're okay and ask if you're okay and stuff. I haven't done with him. But thank you, everybody. See you all, and we'll see you tomorrow. Peace out. Ta-ra.